All right. Where is... Okay. Alrighty. Neat. Oh, hate that. There we go. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Let's see. That help? That's a little bit better, yeah. Okay. Okay. So, we were close to it before, but tonight we'll officially enter into the subreddit war arc, which is, let's say, pretty important to understanding uh, what happened. I think most people assume that this was the primary catalyst for the Mr. Girl report, or Jesus, the Destiny report, which I heavily contest. Um, I think it had nothing to do with it. And hopefully, rewatching it, going through it, um, I'll be able to sway some hearts and minds. Although I feel like if you're watching, there's a decent chance you don't think that, but I know there's a few who don't agree. Shit. Sorry for hitting the mic like that. Make sure my audio is going through.
I've declared war
It
on
is.
the Destiny subreddit because I don't like the way it is run. It's turned into a hate subreddit against me at time. Not. It's not. That's not. Obviously, that's like 2% of what it is.
Well,
But I feel that it's become very hostile towards me, and criticism of Steven is not allowed at times. Sometimes.
good evening, Elk. Also, I might have to repeat this too if somebody comes in and says something about it, but I just want to say um, up front, and I've even talked to Mr. Girl about this. I don't know if it was publicly, it was probably publicly. Almost all the times I've talked to him are publicly. Um, uh, Calling it a war was just sort of like a cheeky way of saying, like, hey, we got some big fucking problems with how things are going here. It was like a silly way to do it. Not like silly as in like he shouldn't have. It was just like silly as in like it seemed. I think that he thought it was like a more fun, like a little melodramatic way to do it. It made it a bit more lighthearted, but some people took it as like a very serious thing that he called it that, and I just don't. I don't think that at all.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it isn't. Even people, if they're rude when arguing in my favor, even in situations that don't even involve Steven, they've been banned for that. You maintain that you can ban people for any reason, whatever reason you want. If you're mad, blah blah, and then you'll like do this thing where if somebody calls a ban out for being bullshit, you're like, well, fuck you. Like it's funny. It's funny that I banned you. Giga Chad, go fuck yourself. Which
He wasn't really attacking them. Correct, he wasn't, and that's how I've always sort of understood it as like just like that. It's funny. Um, so much to like when he put it on Twitter, like I made some joke about like putting on my equipment or something like that. Like basically that I was like gearing up for war, but I was just playing into it as being silly. Nobody, I'm quite certain that he said like, "Hey, don't go do anything" to his audience. So like not really much of a war. But I did think at the time it was a pretty funny way to do it.
As funny as that may be, it has a chilling effect on um, genuine criticism and speech in the sub, which is bad for me specifically because I need, in order for like normal people to understand me, I need special, smart, empathetic people who get what I'm saying.
One second. Yeah, I don't know why the stream was fucking up when I first launched it. I was moving some stuff. I might have accidentally like bumped the Ethernet cable. I'm not sure. Uh oh yeah. What he's saying right now, I'm gonna actually rewind it a little bit.
And in the sub,
I think about this like yesterday, maybe even today. I was thinking about this thing that he says here, and it's 100% true. Like this is how online communities like work.
which is bad for me specifically because I need, in order for like normal people to understand me, I need special, smart, empathetic people who get what I'm saying and who like me to kind of help them understand. And so like Steven sometimes plays this role. He's played this role in like a massive meta level, over or macro level overall. And but I still I need people in the audience who like get me to look to their neighbor and say like no he's not saying that. And like you'll see that a lot. And like with the Fuentes thing, there are a lot of people who are like, he's not saying never to talk to Fuentes. He's not saying to deplatform him. He's not anti-free speech. He's saying don't sanitize him by having chicken and waffles with him. And then people are like, oh, okay, I get it now.
The only one left standing.
I just needed it explained to me like 25 times instead of 24 times.
So why don't you
When you
I know
start
start,
to say
Smith
like,
puts in work
don't
sometimes
have
too.
chicken and waffles with him? It sanitizes him instead of needing a translator.
Smith's the reserve uh soldier.
do you think I
On
didn't say
active
that?
duty.
I don't know. I haven't watched it. But if you need a translator, that sounds like a skill issue.
Well, if I say I think that having chicken and waffles sanitizes Nick Fuentes, and I think this is dangerous, and then Steven says, well, you sound like every other lefty in the world telling me to screech Nazi at him, which is one of his responses. In that response, well, while that may be true that he thinks that, he is reframing what I'm saying. And so the audience who is primed to agree with him and accept his definition of what's happening is going to.
You know what? Destiny is taking up all this screen with his game. I'm just gonna put one of my poker games over here, so that way I don't always have to look over to see it. And then I can put the other one over here.
come away thinking, yeah, Mr. Girl did want him to screech Nazi at him. He did want him to call him a Nazi. Even wannabe sad boy,
Better my
in
game
as
than
good faith as he is, was
Destiny's.
like, yeah, I get what you're saying. You want him to call him a Nazi. I never said that. I never said you should call Nick Fuentes a Nazi. But if you ask 99% of people in the sub what I said about it, I think most of them, or 100%, I think 99% will say that I did say that, but I didn't.
What a keen observation. True as fuck.
I just didn't say that. And so, if you're gonna have a nuanced thing you're trying to explain to people who are half listening, who are huge fans of the person you're arguing with, who are perhaps some of them not the brightest crayons in the box, as my audience too. This is just how people are. You're gonna need sometimes a discussion forum where people can explain what's happening.
Sure, I'll take your word for it.
Simultaneously,
Well,
do you
so what are you
disagree with
looking
this?
for from this subreddit? So like, what are you looking for?
I outlined my demands.
Yeah, not everyone read it, so just set the scene.
Oh, what are my demands? One is I believe that you should either be fired or given different marching orders. But I think the way you interact with
it does come off a bit different without the beard. I'll give you that. That's really funny.
the community and my
You're allowed to comment on people who's on the streams I'm watching his bodies on my stream. I don't mind. I'm not trying to. I think that Mr. Girl has a good rule for a good reason in his community, but I don't give a shit.
moderation as it stands is authoritarian and anti-speech, anti-criticism, and anti-intellectual almost. And then the second thing is I think there should be a constitution where the rules of the sub should not just apply to the members, but also to the administration and the mods.
Okay.
A First Amendment, if you will.
Okay. So I'll talk about moderation for a minute. The chilling effect is actually a goal. So usually bans are public. They're the Giga Chad moments, as you called them, where my goal is to set a tone for, hey, this is the sort of conduct that isn't acceptable. Of the 3 bans I've gone over that you sent me, I stand 100% by one of them. One of them actually went back and that wasn't Nino, that was me. And I can't even
Okay.
explain what that was. That probably was a bad ban. That guy probably deserved to be unbanned if he hasn't been already. And then
Okay, which ban are you talking about? The one that you think is a bad ban? Because if we agree on that, then maybe we have a jumping off point.
yeah, like I have bad bans. They happen.
Some people just need to have a beard because otherwise it doesn't cut out for them, me included. So I like this. I can get by without a beard, but without a mustache, I'm fucked. Oh my god, it's the worst thing in the entire world. A long time ago, uh, I got a job working at a Little Caesars, and they're like, "Hey, you got to shave the beard and mustache." And I just needed a job. I lived out in the middle of nowhere. Jobs were super slim picking, and so I just did it. And I think like 4 or 5 days into the job, I went to the store manager. I was like, "Look, I don't care about the beard. Can I please regrow my mustache? Like, I don't ever care about my appearance. Like, how I look is not really a thing that ever crosses my mind. But, like, I can't stand how I look without my mustache. Please. I'm just so not me. This is fucked up. It was torture. Um, I was like I said, what I said was true. I really don't put a lot of stock into it normally. I have like in the last 2 or 3 years. That's about it. And this is like probably 10 years ago, if not maybe more. Um, it was really, really bad. Um, maybe sometime I'll show you guys the picture. It's I remember too, like I had, because I mean, most of you know I had really long hair. I had really long hair then too. I was like, fuck, my long hair is not okay without the mustache. This is like a tragedy. Uh, yeah, that's it. I agree with you.
And that's why the unbanned
Okay.
form exists.
Can you
Like, I'm
describe the ban?
Yeah, sure. Hold on, let me pull up a link real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Girl looks a lot more intimidating in a weird way without the facial hair. 'Cause I don't normally think that he does look intimidating, although that's an unpopular opinion. By the way, if you're on YouTube, please like the stream. I had a beard for 15
Where's
years, but
the here it is.
recently
This
health
one that
reasons
I'm reading
forced
right
me to
now.
shave
This
it.
one was actually me.
Sucks,
I'm not
but
sure if
it didn't
he
make me
was for
look
this
younger, which
comment,
isn't all
but
bad. Uh, did you keep your mustache? I had a really big beard for a long time, but it got so itchy right here, like all of a sudden it would like burn and have be like the worst kind of itchy. But I had it for like 8 months or something. I don't know why. I think maybe there was just more allergens in the air or something. I couldn't take it. I finally said, "Fuck it, I'm taking the beard off. I don't care." And that's what I did. Oh shit! Oh, yes. Am I in first now? Sixth? Okay. Sorry.
I'm down
I
unbanned.
get excited. That was a good hand.
Okay. So the comment was, is it me or has there been a massive uptick in Mr. Girl hate recently? I'm going to
Wait, did you have beard and no mustache, and now you're considering growing a mustache? Beard with no mustache is very bold. That's like wearing a shirt and walking around without pants. Very, very bold move. Much more rare than pants with no shirt.
need to see
You know
the
people
context
could,
for
but you
this
never
clip
see it.
because I thought the professor looked like a condescending jackass, and I'm genuinely surprised to see so many people against Mr. Girl. And then edit, I got banned for this comment. So when you say it's a bad ban, do Do you agree with my general perception of like, oh, you just banned this person because they like me?
Okay, good.
Mm,
I'm glad to hear you say that. It's not beard and no mustache is not a look for anybody. I'll just add to the analogy. If you see a guy with a shirt and no pants, run. They're fucking crazy. They might actually kill you. That person is completely unhinged and totally unpredictable because a dude with just a shirt and no pants is totally unacceptable in every situation. It is the worst look you can have next to uh beard and no mustache.
yeah, I'd say that.
Okay,
It's foul.
okay, continue.
Yeah, so there are some people that I give a lot of leeway to in the subreddit. So like someone will post something really stupid, but because they've been
Yeah.
around for like 5 years, it's not a problem. Your
Base.
fans are exceptionally fucking annoying. An example was a thread earlier about dog warts because in the Harry Potter subreddit there was a thread of dog warts, people posting their pets.
In all fairness, I've seen them. I've been in the conversations. Some of Mr. Girl's community can be remarkably annoying. Um, this is not a part of the thing that I can test about it, though.
It was a bunch of fucking Mr. Girl simps going in there and saying, how much? Dollar amount? Question mark? And a whole bunch of cringe shit, which makes the subreddit look bad because by extension,
I mean, it
as a
seems
part
like
of
they
your
were
community,
joking.
it's going to end up pointing back to our community. And my first
Okay, so-
priority is making sure the subreddit stays up. So I clap down on that shit.
Okay, so to be clear, there are DGGers who are also fans of mine.
Yeah.
We're talking about shared fans,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Who are posting in the Harry Potter subreddit about fucking dogs.
Yeah, that's just one example, but that was pretty recent.
Okay, then so you ban those people.
But that's just not like
Wait, no
a rare
dog word
incident.
shit is a
It's-
DGG
Mr. Girl
thing. What the
fans are
fuck?
exceptionally obnoxious, and I'm pretty sure Destiny talked about this in the past as well.
So if what Forethought is saying is true, which it probably is, what I expect happened is DGGers brought up the Dogwarts things, and then Mr. Girl fans were probably making jokes like he said, like, "Oh, how much?" Because that's a funny thing to say. Total misrepresentation that started from Dan. That's believable. But if it did happen, I expect it to happen like that. Like straight up DGGer brought it up, and then Mr. Girl fan made a joke about it because it's funny. And also, some people are gonna get upset when you do that. It just tracks with my expectations, but I think that it's fine.
Sounds
It's not. It
Notorious
shouldn't be
dog
ban
fuckers.
worthy.
Okay,
I wouldn't say that. They like to talk about dog fucking.
sure.
That's not even the point of Dogwarts, though.
Well,
I mean,
That's why I have so little leeway with your fans.
kind of.
It's not because I am
But
super invested in
it's not the
taking you down personally.
point. It's
I
just
don't want your stuff enough
definitely
to
part
care.
of it.
wait a second. Will you just
Just the mustache is bold nowadays. Often it's the 90s rent boy party look. Sometimes I do just mustache because of, like, I did for a bit for mask purposes. Because I am the biggest like COVID phobe you'll ever meet. But this is fine. Like, this isn't that big of a deal for me. Like, to be fair, I don't toot my own horn often, but I got a good mustache. It can carry the weight if the beard drops off. Yeah, Tuna has like that young guy cool mustache thing. I just got like a thick mustache. That I just feel like it's okay. Prefer the beard always though. 100%.
you just showed us an
Also, for some reason we're like in an age where like the beard and mustache, even like really big beards, these are like pretty big pros from women, generally speaking. It's definitely something that I've noticed. Whenever like I'm on a date with women or something like that, or like I'm on a date, or like if we're just like hanging out, get a lot of compliments on my facial hair, and they like to touch the facial hair. Even when I had like full beard, that seemed like it worked out even better. Which is weird because when I was growing up, I didn't feel like that was the case at all. Oh, never would have thought of that. This sounds like he's placing the blame on Dogwoods being cringe, a cringe thing posted constantly on Mr. Girl fans. But at this point in time, I'm pretty sure most of the Mr. Girl fans were just as much Destiny fans, if not more so. Beard makes your chin bigger with it, which is a sexual signifier. I would never have thought of that for testosterone. You say, it's believable. I don't know that that's true, but it. I mean, I can accept it without looking it up. It seems like intuitive.
An example on stream, or read it out loud just now, an example of you banning somebody for saying it seems like I'm getting a lot of hate, and it seems like it's unfair to hate me because of my conversation with that professor. So you are banning people just for being my fan at this point.
Yeah, occasionally. It's a rare thing. It happens. You know how it is.
I don't.
Guys who have super small chins need beards 100%. I don't have a small chin. I have a bit of a cleft on mine, so I have a pretty pronounced chin. But basically, since I could grow facial hair, when I was still in high school, I had beard and mustache almost exclusively. It took probably not till my late 20s for them to connect, though. God, I was always so agitated by it. Represent. You know what
I don't.
it is.
I've never banned anyone. The only person I've ever had anything to do with banning in my community was Lav, where I was like, I think Lav is sexualizing minors in a subtle way, and so I don't think she's going to technically break any rules, but I think she's jeopardizing the sub, and I don't think it. Like, I just don't like what she's doing. I think it's.
Support thought admits to being unfair. Admits to unfair banning because he doesn't like Mr. Girl and his fans, basically. It kind of sounds like what he's getting at. I know it gets a bit more nuanced later. I don't know. I think it does. This is one of those rare instances where it was like a bigger moment in the timeline, where I don't remember it super well. I have like a some people think like in words, some people think in images. I always think in like events. And usually when I remember like watching something, I remember what I was doing. And this is one of those I don't even remember what I was doing when it was on, so it's hard for me to say. But I mean, we'll see.
I think it's bad. So I asked the mod team, can we vote whether we should ban her? I made my case. They voted and they banned her. I've never just banned somebody. That's the only
You
person
should
I've
do
ever
that more.
even.
I don't know why like it should be a democratic process. I don't see the appeal to that.
Well, it's not. It's
Bans.
democratic. It's not. It's not. It's not like I asked the community to vote whether to ban somebody. I asked my mods to vote.
Okay.
The reason it's not in my hands is because I don't want to create an echo chamber or fortress, as you like to say, where my emotions about things people say to me, which are often negative, because I like any creator, when my fans criticize me or don't understand what I'm saying, or they turn on me, especially because I make very provocative content, as Steven does too, where sometimes your whole community just like revolts against you. If my emotions were tied to my decisions about who gets to stay, then I will eventually cull all pushback out of my own audience and
That's
end
why
up
you
with
have
an
a
echo
third
chamber.
party do unbans.
He actually he's being 100% real here. I there was like two events that happened with moderation. One of them was somebody got banned by mistake, and I had figured out who it was and unbanned them, but people were like super fucking pissed off about it. And then the other thing that happened was is that I muted somebody. No, I didn't even mute them. I deleted their comment and gave them a warning, which is what I'd usually do. If somebody broke the rules on YouTube, I would delete what they said, and I'd just be like, hey, fucking chill. And I don't think I maybe timed. I think I timed like someone out 2 times ever, and they weren't an issue. And people lost their fucking mind. And when I deleted the person's comment that caused like all the fuss, it was because they were talking about somebody's body, and it was the dude who's missing a hand. It was the guy who is the psychologist that talked to him about pedophilia. He was missing a fucking hand, and people kept talking about like why is he like hiding his arm and shit. And I was just like, yeah, we like it's already against the rules. Don't fucking talk about it. Like what the fuck? This guy's he said both times he came on to that like every time he talks about this he gets like a bunch of death threats and shit. So like yeah, maybe don't fucking talk about his missing hand. If he's holding you off screen, obviously he's not super interested in having a conversation about that. But it got so bad that at one point I asked Mr. Crescent, can we get like a clear set of rules, please? Because I just want to do the things that like it's your channel. If you want to let people do something or not do something, and the not talking about somebody's body was like ambiguous. He had said it before in passing that he doesn't like that stuff, so I just took it to be like, okay, that's not for this channel. But he wouldn't clarify anything. And it took like I wasn't there for it, but he sat down with like all the mods and they hammered out just a couple like way later, and that became like an official rule. But it was something I always enforced. But that's how like hands off he is with moderation. Basically, we had to like force him to the table because it was getting so out of hand. So he's being 100% here.
I think a better solution is to just remove myself from the process entirely. Well, why would like you can't possibly think that it's better to ban people out of fury and then unban people, because even
What's funny is Destiny made fun of Vosh in his Fortress arc, but he just does the same shit Vosh did during the Fortress arc for the most part. I'm in the Mr. Girls Return subreddit, and you would never guess who I am. I'm not on there that often. Like I was a Reddit mod, and they just like demodded me because I didn't do enough. So I wouldn't. You're right.
then you're filtering out people who don't
Every
want
once
to
in
be
a while,
treated
poke
like that.
around.
The reason
if
why,
I was
just
banned-
as a quick insertion, the reason why I like to do that is I'm
Yeah.
really quick with the ban is because there are two types of people that criticize me. One
Only
type
two.
are people that are just literal fucking anti-jerker dick riders who will criticize every fucking thing I do. And the other thing is sometimes there's fans or even people that don't like you, but they offer like legitimate or valuable criticism. So I ban quickly,
Yeah,
but I
I'm very
unban quickly
really up to.
because I figure if you are like invested in me and my community and you just have something where you're like, you're a dumb fuck here, blah, 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 and you want to say some shit or whatever, you'll reach out for an unban. And it'll be really quick to unban you. And the people that are more likely to never reach out for an unban are people I didn't care about anyway. Now, I'm going to catch some people that I'd want to keep in the crossfire, but like that's just my approach. Just letting you guys know that, but okay, go ahead.
Well, I think this filters out non-sycophants.
It will to some extent, but I'm okay with that. Because I get rid of the anti-jerkers, who I think are the death to a lot of communities. Anti-jerkers are like some of the worst people you can have around. I dealt a lot with these, and I was way too gentle on them in my early career, and I let like
No way.
huge anti-jerking communities
have to do it on my
grow
computer.
and like were fostered under my like wing, and it was just really bad for my community and everything. But I'm not telling anybody else they have to do things. Like I might be wrong, who knows? But I will say I have one of the largest streamer communities on Reddit on the entire fucking planet.
I'm not.
But yeah, but go ahead.
Wait a second. My argument is not that it doesn't help you like make money or be a successful streamer or grow
Okay,
your
that's not
audience.
the important
Obviously, it's practical for those reasons. I'm saying it's wrong.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's just because it makes me money. I'm saying in terms of builds a better community.
It builds a bigger community.
Well, yeah, but I would say bigger community can oftentimes be a reflection of the fact that it's a better community. I guess not necessarily,
could be.
but
Okay.
I know there are a lot of streamer subreddits that are like, so like if you look at Sneeko's subreddit, for instance, or like Dave Rubin's subreddit, like these are subreddits that were totally unmoderated.
I wonder how big Hassan's is. If Mr. Girl brought that up, I wonder if Destiny would back down off of that. Or if he's like, well, not always. Can't play and pause from my stream deck tonight, and I don't know why. It's very annoying.
And they were created basically just to anti-jerk.
To be fair to Destiny here, he's doing this to some extent. Him doing this to some extent makes sense. Anti-jerkers basically ruined Mr. Girl Returns subreddit. Oh yeah, for sure. So he says this like here once, but then his position's gonna shift on it over time, because when I talked to him about it, he started giving me other bullshit that was the reason for it. And then eventually he falls back on this. And I was like, well, why didn't you just say that? And he's like, well, I did say that from the beginning. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, you said that in the beginning, but like then you backed off of it like a lot. So I don't know. It feels like that's not like really the position that he's like hardcore committed to. It's just the one that like he'll apply it when it's useful, is what it seems like to me. but otherwise maybe not so much. Yeah.
And like if you go to those subreddits, it's just basically full of like hatred for those creators.
I don't think you should. I don't think it should be totally unmoderated.
Sure. Well,
I
yeah.
just-
Okay. So I don't want to like interject too much, but I was just giving my thought process on. Yeah.
Okay, so I just think banning people and then unbanning people who come crawling back
Oh, it's just this
over time
window.
will, in doing so publicly, changes the character or the spine of the average DGGer. It
Yeah,
weakens
that's the
it.
idea.
Okay, well, yeah. So,
I'll stop being ghostly white in a second. I have to order some food.
I really value the viewers I value the most are the people who say, I don't agree with what you say. But I still find it really thought provoking. I hate a lot of your content. I hate the way you talk to your girlfriend. I hate the shit you say about trans people. I think you say the dumbest fucking stupidest shit ever, but I still find value in what you do and watching you. Those people, if I ever got mad and even banned one person on stream in front of those people, I think they would all leave. So
what's your current issue with the criticism on the subreddit? Or is it just too hateful? Or what's the deal?
For me to be understood and for my content to make sense to people requires a pretty delicate balance of like thoughtfulness and an atmosphere of a willingness to tolerate bad feelings and criticism. And when you shut that down, you make the place increasingly hostile and hellish for me. Like, I feel like the emotional IQ of DGG is dropping every time there's like a mass culling like that. I think the community, yeah, like when Steven did like the purge after the Nick Fuentes argument.
Based.
I'm not sure how many of those I kept track of, but I'm not even sure if I was there watching for the waffle arc, but I don't know. It seems like there's plenty of Mr. Girl fans on the sub. They seem pretty unmolested.
Hey, now the pause button works. Okay. God damn it, missed it. This is such a different attitude towards fans compared to Destiny. Mr. Girl wants open minds, but Destiny wants to grow a cult. It seems like. Yeah, I think I have a bad habit of being like super charitable to Destiny. Which people that have only watched this stuff won't agree with. There's somebody who likes to comment on my videos saying like, it's so obvious how bad faith and biased you are towards Destiny. And I really don't think so. Because like when I see you say like, it seems like he wants to grow a cult. I don't know if that's his intention. Certainly DGGers, I think most of the time they don't seem like it, but then if somebody like pisses Destiny off really bad, or like it's clear that like he's hurt by something that they've done, like financially, not emotionally, because he never admits to emotionally, then they get really culty. That's when it feels like it to me. I don't know if that's just sort of how it happened. It's tough for me to say. It's tough for me to make a call on that.
I think in the
That's
past,
not.
I think it is
That's wait. That's
cultish.
not. This has nothing to do with what I'm saying. You just made the case that a good way to do moderation in a subreddit to keep a community like intellectually healthy is for the creator to mass ban people when he freaks out, and then the mods will unban people. But then when I refer to the purge,
So I think the likely scenario is that he's just doing his thing. He got a lot of people. I'm sure he recognized that that's seeming like how it is. It just doesn't do anything to stop it. But I'm not so sure that he like actively tried to get people to act culty. So maybe like more of like a passive contentment with it.
you don't even know what I'm talking about.
If
So
I had
to
to
be
guess.
clear,
So-
let me provide some, because you're saying that it's like I just mass ban people when I freak out. Typically what I do is, and this is prone to happen the most when there's like incredibly charged events, it's usually when people are making like unhinged fucking comments. There are plenty of criticisms. It actually happened yesterday.
His bar for unhinged is pretty fucking low, though. I gotta say.
Or not yesterday, the day before. Every time I do a vegan debate, a ton of vegan people come
Yeah.
out and start posting unhinged shit on my subreddit. And yesterday I checked this out, I was like, oh boy, time for a mass fucking purge, because I was gonna have to ban a whole bunch of people. But when I looked through the subreddit, there was a lot of people criticizing me, but there were only like 2 or 3, like literally, I think there were only 2 or 3 like super unhinged comments. People saying things like, I think Destiny's like arguments are really circular. I don't like when he does this or blah blah blah. Like I don't think he engages well with veganism. Oh, those are fine. But when people are like, Destiny's just a fucking hypocritical asshole and he doesn't ever fucking recognize how much of an absurd dipshit. It's like, okay, fuck you. It's not good feedback. Now,
I think that when he talks about veganism, it is impressively dishonest for Destiny. One of the things he said, and I won't go off on this for a long time. Nobody wants to hear a vegan talk about veganism. So I'm just trying to talk about his argument on it because it bugs me. When it comes down to it, and they say, well, like, what's the difference then between like what's the meaningful difference between like a pig and a human that makes you care? And because I don't remember who it was. It might have been Ask, whatever the vegan guy's name that has Ask in it. And that's like, well, I have no idea what the experience of a pig is. Like it could be completely different from a human's. And I'm just like, well, it has the parts. Like it has the brain and all that, and like its social behavior and all that. Like it just that's when it seems like he's copping out. I respect it a lot more when somebody says like, yeah, it is, and I'm okay with doing this stuff for my own personal benefit. It's honest. I don't love hearing it, but I like hearing it more than somebody like bullshitting and like wiggling their way away from it.
not only is it not good feedback, it's toxic to the community. It's a waste of my time to read, and it's like emotionally exhausting. Like, fuck, why would I do that? So I don't just like go on banning space and just ban everybody, blah blah blah. I probably do some bans that are unfair, but generally, and it's been the case over and over again where people bring it up on stream and they go through it on subreddit. Somebody will be like, "Why did I get unbanned?" And I think I just saw this happen in a thread like yesterday. So I was like, "Why did I get unbanned?" And then if you go through his comments, like prior to that, the guy's like, "Oh yeah, Destiny's just like a hypocritical asshole, but he'll never fucking admit it." And it's like, oh, I don't need this commentary on my subreddit.
that.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, yeah. So like, I'm generally fuck. But if I do fuck up, I mean, it's easy to get unbanned if you email. But yeah, that's just the general. I don't just like ban everybody that's criticizing me because I'm emotional or whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
I've never been banned.
Okay.
I said some
You-
shit in
We
his
read a
chat.
post that you did remove
Well, I guess I've never been banned from his YouTube.
during the Fuentes thing. That
Once in a great
that
while.
was
post
not
on
that
his
unhinged.
subreddit. Very rare.
Well, when you say not that unhinged, do you remember? It's really unfair for me to push you on this, but I'm just curious. I'm not trying to push you, but do you have a link to it, or do you remember? Can we look at it again? Or can you remind me what was in it, and I can tell you why I banned them or whatever?
Oh, this was my ban.
Oh fuck.
Is this what you're referring to?
No.
Oh, a different one. Okay.
I think I can just. I think I can just scroll back to, or can I just search it in our conversation?
Probably.
And separately, Steven and I operate pretty independently. He doesn't necessarily give me marching orders unless something big comes up. It's like
Typically, the
Keppel's-
only time I'll tell Fourth to do something is I'll be like, listen, I want to ban all, like, no more lav posts or no more
no
of
more
this or
Keffels.
whatever shit. Like, if shit, yeah, no more Keffels, like, ban all that shit, yeah. But generally, he does his own thing. I do my own thing. Sometimes I stumble into areas and I see that he banned somebody. We stumble into our own graveyards.
Okay, I think. This
I will
is-
say, though, some of the forethought on bans, or some of the forethought bans can be pretty unhinged sometimes. But listen, he does his shit and I'll unban people if I think it's bullshit.
Listen, it's about
Okay.
making sure they're afraid.
Okay, sure.
All right, I just sent it to you. Did you get it?
Oh my god, just reading the title of this, I can already see. Hold on, but I didn't actually open it again. Hold on 1 second. God damn, Steven has contradicted himself so many times in his debate with Max and Chud. This is painful. It's almost gaslighting. This is exactly what Max is talking about. Max is 100% correct in his assessment here.
You know,
literally every
when you do the tone, it makes everything sound like way worse. I don't like that about this part. Like, if he really had like a good point to make, he wouldn't have to like frame it this way so aggressively. But he can, and I understand why he would. But in the middle of an argument where you're trying to like this is stemming from an argument that like you're not open to criticism and stuff, it makes it feel like what's the word? It's a little bit weaselly, I think. Not like the weaseliest thing ever. It's not like the biggest deal, but like it's not it should be better.
Every
I'll put it that
statement
way.
said by Max is correct, while Steven is being so Weasley. He literally did the Britney argument. Fucking okay, I'm glad I banned this guy. I hope he's still banned. This was a stupid fucking argument. Yeah, go ahead.
What's the justification for that? No, okay, do you concede that if this post said, "God damn, Mr. Girl has contradicted himself so many times in his debate with Steven and Chud. This is painful." Steven is 100% correct with his assessment here. Literally every statement said by Steven is correct, while Mr. Girl is being so Weasley. That person wouldn't get banned.
So
Probably
back
not.
when you said this before,
Oh,
I
I
would have
thought- I
agreed
thought
with
Destiny
you.
was gonna say
But
probably
I
not.
actually spoke to my community after this, and I think I actually I explicitly said this. I said that from now on, I want you guys to try to treat other people like you treat
I know
me.
you said it, but I'm
Yeah.
asking if you, good faith, do you really believe that you'd get banned for saying the opposite post? About
Yeah,
this?
I try to look for people that are doing this now. So like I've done it a lot with because Lav gets a lot of hate on my sub. I think I did it with a couple people that post about you, but I don't go through my subreddit all the time, especially because we were through a boring arc recently, so I wasn't reading as much. But yeah, if people are making super unhinged comments about other people, I try to like cut down on that if I see it.
Is saying that everything you said is 100% true in an argument with me unhinged?
Calling me Weasley and saying that I'm gaslighting is unhinged. Yeah,
Is calling me Weasley and saying that I'm gaslighting unhinged?
depends on if you're a Weasley or gaslighting.
I usually just ban people.
So
depending
who
on-
decides that? When you're
I do.
I gotta say, that comes off as like pretty fucking soft to me. Like if you're in my Discord, even on stream here, we've had some people be pretty like, oh, that YouTube comment guy, like hang on. So like, just so it doesn't seem like I'm being like super biased against Destiny here. Where is it? This might have been it. Hang on. Bear with me. Nope, that was just nice things. Oh, I think it was this one. God damn it. Shit. Well, anyways, the guy that I mentioned, who's like, you're so clearly biased against Destiny, and he was just like, just basically this and like aggressive. I was like, well, I don't think so. But if there's any individual thing that I said, that you think that I was being like really unfair about, you can let me know and we can talk about it. I might be paraphrasing Mike, but that's absolutely the message and the tone of the message and all that. And I stand by it too. So like, I don't necessarily expect Destiny to say that to every person that's criticizing him, but I think that this sort of approach is better. I think it's just better, especially if you want a community that isn't like I think inviting that kind of hate like with a like if you're inviting it in with like a handshake rather than a banning, I think that your community is going to end up being a lot better, even if you're not willing to like sit down and talk with the person. I think that politeness is probably the better way to go about it. Don't get rid of anybody criticizing the company. Yeah, if the tone of the voice is cheap rhetoric, then obviously telling the audience what to think. Yeah, clearly. And the real problem with that is that it's really effective. As somebody who's watched Destiny a lot, like if I think a lot of that stuff wouldn't work. It's benefited heavily from the fact that a lot of people are listening while they're doing other stuff. So when somebody has this like, don't take this shit seriously tone, you're just automatically not going to, because you're not honed in on it. It's not like your main focus thing that you're doing is watching it. So it's really easy to get like swept up in that. The one thing from the Destiny report that changed the way I thought about it, it was Denham's, made me really surprised at how easily I just like overlooked that and didn't think anything of it at the time. But when I read it, I was like, yeah, this is like the one that was like the only thing in the Destiny report that I thought was like pretty bad that like I felt differently about after reading it. And now the button's not working. Oh no. I'm gonna get TOS'd. It switched to my Spotify. Oh, god damn it. I muted YouTube on another tab. I hate
More
that it does
often.
that.
I'm gaslighting in Weasley, or that you are?
I think you gaslight like crazy, but
Okay, great. So
Sure.
can you then, now that we've gone through this little side thing, can you concede now that the same post about me, if you agreed with it, would not get banned? The verbiage in the post is not the problem. It's that you just don't agree with it.
well, yeah, that's gonna impact. Like, let's say that our
You say
conversation.
unhinged.
Well, yeah, let's say
You
that our
mean it.
conversation ended.
Inviting the hate forum is an anarchist approach. No one is better than anyone else. I have to respect that because it's respecting the community. No one's above anybody else. Anti-hierarchical. Yeah, I've banned a couple people from my stream. Like there was a guy, I timed him out for an hour, and then he ended up making a new account and coming back. But he kept like aggressively trying to ask, like, get me to sit, like, talk about something. And I was like, I'm not gonna do that right now. Maybe later, or something like that. I was like, that's not what this stream's about. And they were just like really hammering on it over and over. And I was like, hey man, you gotta chill. You're like blowing up the chat, and I'm just not interested in doing that. So I timed him out for like 3 minutes. And then when the 3 minutes was up, like he freaked out, like it was the minimum time. Maybe it was 90 seconds. And then they started freaking out. And I was like, all right, dude, you got to chill. So I timed him out for like an hour. I was like, look, I don't care. This like, I gave you an answer. Like you just like repeating it over and over again in the chat isn't going to help anything. I don't care. And then they made another account to come back and do it. So I just started 24-hour banning all the accounts that they came in with. I think that's like the only time I banned somebody from my chat ever. Yeah, at a certain point, if I don't do something about that kind of behavior, it's like I'm encouraging it. Like if I'm gonna give in to somebody like that, then like I'm saying like this is fine. If you fuck with me a bunch and ignore everything that I say, then eventually I'll give in. That's just telling everybody to do that to get what they want. I'll be accommodating, and I'm accommodating to criticism, but I'm not gonna like be anybody's bitch in chat who's like trying to boss me around.
Ended right now. And somebody made a post and they were like, Max was unhinged and Weasley in bad faith in the last conversation that he had with Destiny. Like, that would be a person that could be potentially banned because you weren't at all. There's no reason for that.
Because you don't agree with them.
Yeah, because that's not even remotely what happened. But let's say that we go in a little bit
I understand,
further.
but
yeah. Okay, go
but I just want to point out that at the end of the day, it's really about whether you agree with the criticism or not.
Well, no, it's about whether or not I feel like the criticism like maps onto reality or not. Which I guess you can say that's a longer way of me saying if I agree or not. You could argue that.
Yeah.
But yeah, sure, to some
So if
extent
you
that's going to
super
be
disagree,
true.
somebody criticizes you and you super disagree with it, that's a ban.
The problem is that like when you say those words, you make it sound like my
Yeah.
goal is to ban any criticism, even if it has merit. When that's not true. I'm looking
No,
to ban
you decide
criticism.
if it has merit.
No. We're not talking about whether or not it has merit. We're talking about if the description is true or false. If somebody
If the
said
criticism
that
is true.
yes, if somebody said that like,
Okay.
oh, Destiny was unhinged, right? It's not my worry isn't whether or not that was meritless or with merit. It was whether or not I was actually unhinged. There have been debates where I've been like unhinged.
But ultimately, the power to decide whether you are unhinged rests with you.
Well, ultimately, yeah, of course, somebody has to make the decision. Yeah.
And yeah, but does that somebody have to be you? Like, no, you
I mean,
want
it
it
doesn't
to be.
have to
but,
be. Yeah, I do want
Well,
it
no,
to
but
be.
this is
Yeah,
why
of
we have the
course.
separation of powers in government. So, like,
Well, I'm not
so-
a
'cause you
government.
don't-
This isn't the Destiny Republic. This is the Destiny autocracy, right?
Well, okay. So if you're willing to bite that bullet, then surely you understand my criticisms of the community.
That I
'Cause under
don't
the
run the bands
autocracy-
like democratically.
It's not that you don't run them democratically. It's that you run it like an autocracy.
Well,
It is subject to your whims, your feelings.
Sure,
That
let's say-
disagreeing with your read of a conversation shortly after the conversation is a bannable offense.
let's say that
I
I
don't see how
ran
this
it
does-
democratically, and let's
Shit, thank you. The thing that I'm really frustrated about with this like this argument here, but first of all, Destiny's steel manning him right out the gate. He didn't say to make it a democracy, or he's straw manning him right out the gate. But if when I try to have a conversation with somebody about this, the thing that makes that conversation so hard is that they will correctly say, well, it is his community. Why should he let these other people dictate it and not do what he thinks is best? Sure, that's totally fine. This is valid. And it's really hard to have that conversation because that is a correct statement to make. But it's not about whether he can or cannot do that. It's about, does it make sense for Destiny to do that while claiming that he's super open to criticism? If you're only open to criticism that you determine is good criticism, then you're not open to criticism. Like if you're for free speech, as long as you like it, you're not for free speech. It's the same kind of deal. Good night, Emery. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. It's just something that doesn't make sense to say if you're saying it's not a position that makes sense to have if you're spouting these other if you're making these other claims about how you engage with criticism. So it's really hard to talk to other people about it because that's it's very hard for them to get to understand that you're not saying he can't. And I think people really like to hold on to that because they know they're right. And I know they're right. Yeah, it's internally incoherent. But it's not to them because they're navigating around the real point. So to them, they're just right because what they're saying is correct. It's just not the thing that's actually being argued.
Let's say that a majority of my
But they
community really
can't
didn't like
be
you, and they were
convinced
like,
of
"We're going to
that.
ban all Mr. Girl content." Would
No,
you
no,
be
I don't
okay with
think you
that?
should ban.
Okay.
No, I don't think you should. That's not what I'm suggesting.
Okay. What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that you create a document that limits your own ability to ban people from your community.
Also, Benny pointed out, super smart of Benny, because I didn't even know this because I'm not super active in Reddit, that people that were talking about Mr. Girl positively were getting banned, but Mr. Girl as a subject wasn't banned. So what it actually became during that time was you can feel free to shit on Mr. Girl all you want. That's totally fine. And Benny's suggestion was that the whole, if you want to ban all Mr. Girl's fans and people that are like backing Mr. Girl in the subreddit, that's fine. But just ban it as a subject then. So that way you're not, if all you're doing is trying to stop a counter jerk wave happening in your community and having a rift in your community because of it, cool. If that's really your intention, then you would just ban Mr. Girl as a subject for your cooldown period. And then there's really nothing anybody can criticize. So it makes Destiny's argument a lot weaker when you find out that it's totally fine to be on the other side of that argument. But just one side, this argument can be had, but only from one direction.
Which could be updated as necessary, and then adhere to that. And so if the document says you get banned for disagreeing with Steven too much, if you disagree with Steven a lot, if he thinks you're super wrong after a conversation, he's going to ban you. You're not allowed to disagree with Steven. If you're willing to put that in writing and put it under the sidebar in your subreddit, then fucking have at it.
Well, but why would I
don't
want to?
think...
What is my prerogative for doing that? Now I'm just going to have an even harder time banning people if I want to ban them. Why would I want to do that?
Yeah. For the health of the community.
Okay, I mean, but I think my community is really healthy.
I know,
So,
but I don't. Wait, you're asking, why would you obviously don't want to do it. You want to rule with an iron fist and define who is unhinged.
The other thing about it that's really weird too is that for somebody who, like, he's like, why would I want to do that? I feel like Destiny should be like, it's like his whole deal is to deal with criticism and all that. So it feels a little bit weird. If he's really in the right, then he should just be able, like, they're his fans too. Like, I feel like he should just be able to like address these things like in the first couple minutes of a stream and just be done with it if there's no validity to it.
Hinged and who was not, and who was crazy, and who was right, and who was...
Not saying he has to, but like I would imagine if it's bullshit, like it's just like unhinged like bullshit, then it should be pretty easily remedied by him. Like I genuinely think that. I know he's got the brains and the rhetorical skills to do it. But I guess it's fair to say like he just don't want to deal with it. Okay, but he's dealing with this now because of it. So I don't know if the laziness argument is really
Is wrong. And
valid.
anybody who disagrees with you, if you feel like it, gets banned, and then you can say, oh, well, it's not real ban. You can get unbanned. But through this filtration process, the circle of bans and unbans, you get rid of people who are willing to stand up to you, which you say is a good thing. And
Well,
forethought
no, no,
is
no.
you're also
I
saying that's a
don't
good
get
thing.
rid of all people that stand up to me. There's a lot of people that are critical of me that are on the subreddit.
That's not that. Wait, that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say there are none left.
Well, but
I
you're
said
saying you
that this
get rid of
process-
people that stand up to me. I mean, like
Not
they-
all of them. You don't get rid of all of them. You just get.
You do.
But you can see the kind of person who's like, well, what the fuck? This motherfucker banned me for disagreeing with him.
Yeah,
Like,
but
fuck
they-
him.
yeah,
I
but
don't
there are
wanna- I don't-
people that
why would
will
I want
call
to be in
me-
a community like that?
Sure, that's fine. But if I think that there are people that I don't want in my community. If your criticisms
I
are
know.
like this guy's an unhinged, gaslighting, Weasley fuck, I don't care about your feedback. I don't want you in my community. Like I'm okay with that.
I also don't.
Yeah.
I just want to say, man, this guy got a whole subreddit just dedicated to people talking about him. It must be a nice fucking problem to have, man. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
really
I know.
moderate around, like how people view discussions. I usually aim for like the super personal, unhinged shit. So like a guy called you a pedophile in a thread earlier, that guy gets banned. I don't really
But I
care.
am a pedophile.
I
Oh my fucking.
think he
one,
says it
dude.
again and Destiny
I know.
tells him
Good
to
one.
stop.
I know you're watching this.
He said,
Okay,
good one,
continue.
dude.
So yeah, that's usually what I aim for. I don't really keep up with every single conversation. I'm the YouTube Andy now, so
Loser.
my goal is to make sure that people become more moderate and try to have a more level discussion in the subreddit. My goal isn't to have like super unhinged people posting psycho
That's
shit
never gonna
every
not
single
get
day
me.
for up
Okay, but
votes, because that's what it-
the two bans we're talking about. I mean, you're saying you don't stand by one of the bans.
yeah, like I'm not gonna sit here and say like I'm the perfect fairest moderator.
What do you think
I'll
about
fucking
what do you
never
think
say
about Stevens? What do you think about the ban Stevens talking about? Do you think this is a good ban?
Based 100%.
Okay, so what makes this 100% a good ban?
Keep us link. There's usually a stereotype these people fall into. Usually starts with calling
Wait.
someone bad faith.
He outright agrees with it. He outright agreed with it, but didn't see it. That's a little
Why
weird.
does this guy the bad faith? And then it's like, what does bad faith mean? Well, I disagree with this argument. Sorry, that's neither here nor there.
Okay.
But go ahead.
So there's a stereotype people fall into. Not super impressed so far with your style of evaluating whether you should ban somebody, but continue. As you speak, I'm gonna imagine you're a police officer talking about a black person. But go ahead.
So
What
these
if
are
I'm
the
a black
people.
female?
The people that say bad faith are the ones with their pants hanging down around their knees. They got a
They're
lot of
not.
jewelry on. They're
Jesus.
speaking a lot of
I can- you ju-
AAVE.
you can
Okay,
just tell.
I already.
You
Yeah,
can
when I
just
see
tell.
him, I'm like, this guy's up.
You get Destiny's point. God damn it. It feels like the people he kicks are overly antisocial to him. A bit like what we were talking about here, but he puts his line at a different place on the spectrum of hater. So if that same person did that like in the Discord or in YouTube comments, I wouldn't mind, but it was disruptive to the stream. So I guess that's where I would differentiate. And I guess so, but in doing that, you are still hurting your ability to honestly say that you're open to criticism. And which to me is like the big thing here. It doesn't mirror how he presents himself, especially when he likes to say that like he's a principled person and all that, and the way that he describes how he I guess just that, yeah, just how he's open to any criticism and all that. Like, it's just not true. I think he's open to a fair amount of it, but he's certainly not open to any criticism. And it makes it particularly it feels particularly bad when he's one of the people that gets to decide which criticisms are valid and which ones aren't. Because the one that Mr. Girl brought up during one of the Fuentes conversations, I thought was like a pretty good critique.
To know.
It undermines his apparent honesty, which it definitely reduced my view of him. Yeah. which I don't know how that's good for his community.
Doesn't look
either.
like he belongs here, you know, in the DGG, housing development or whatever the fuck we'd be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fuck this guy. Oh,
Apparently
man,
that guy's unbanned
so
too. Unreal. Ninu's way too lenient with those.
Ninu has to be
Yeah,
lenient,
Ninu
all right?
needs. She's
a silent guardian, all right?
of something,
she-
of autism, of that. She's guarding the
All right.
And I still want to reiterate too. I think Destiny went harder for Mr. Girl. I think he gave more to Mr. Girl throughout these conversations and during the subreddit war than he's given to anybody else. I don't want to come off when I'm like I criticize some of the things that he says or some of the decisions that he makes involving this. I wholly believe, and I argue with anybody who thinks otherwise, pretty animately, because I can bring receipts. Destiny has been he definitely worked harder to preserve the Mr. Girl friendship than anybody else I've ever seen. Vosh, Hassan, he gave like nothing. Fucking Trihex. Destiny wouldn't just say like my bad. Well, he wouldn't say I'm sorry to Trihex, and that was like a whole podcast they did like all the time. I'm quite certain they were up to like double digits in numbers of podcast episodes that they did. So like full credit to Destiny. He definitely pushed his own comfort levels and did things that he didn't want to do in favor of Mr. Girl. I don't want to say to like keep him happy, but to like try to compromise with him. And I think it's okay that Mr. Girl didn't find that to be acceptable. It's just that I criticize what I don't like, and I give credit where credit's due. And to Destiny's credit, I really do think that he did as much as he possibly could to keep a good relationship with Mr. Girl.
Right,
Wrong
so-
things. Okay.
One thing
Okay,
that's
so can
really
you-
fucking
Oh,
annoying
sorry. What's that?
in this post is when people try to project.
That's why this was so interesting. Destiny was giving his time to Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl doesn't compromise. True. Yeah. In fact, I think if Mr. Girl was if Mr. Girl was just a little bit flexible here. Now, I understand why he rejected Destiny's offer ultimately towards the end of this, but I think if he had been just a little bit willing to compromise with Destiny, things could have been quite a bit different up until the Destiny report. Like, I think the Destiny report kills everything no matter what, but there was like a fair bit of tension before that, and I think none of that would have been like that if Mr. Girl had a little bit of compromise in him.
Some sort of inner mind state on people.
But I
that
also
are
understand why he
having
can't.
a conversation and then never really talk about what they're actually saying.
Oh yeah, that's a thing that I'll ban for that. Somebody will make an entire post. Fuck, what? There's one topic that this happens over. Oh, it's over dating advice. That's probably one of the things I've banned the most for. So somebody will come on and they'll make a post. Did you guys see the recent stream where Destiny and Erudite were talking? All of the advice they gave was bad because Erudite is married and has only been in one relationship and Destiny's a streamer. I don't know why anybody listens to anything they say or take anybody seriously. Like, I've banned so many people that make posts like this. Because like, what are you saying? What is your critique? Like, in all of the like dating advice critique things, like less than 5% of people actually offer a critique, and they're just there to like criticize like my life and say that that's why everything I say is wrong. Even though
Fully
they never
believe
put
that
anything
number's
wrong.
made up.
It's like one of the most annoying fucking things for me to say. But yeah, that like where people.
By the way, if you are watching on YouTube, please like the stream, and if you're watching on Kick and you haven't already, if you could follow me, I'd really appreciate it. I need a fair bit more followers to be able to access all the features of Kick, and I would like to be able to do that. That's all.
People just like, this debate was bad because, and then they just talk about mind states. It's like, why are you even posting here? Like, go do something else. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super annoying, unsubstantive.
But sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so forethought, can you walk us through why you would 100% stand by this ban?
Yeah, sure. So, in the span of 10 minutes, he says things like, Nick isn't a Nazi. If you separate the view he has, he wouldn't be called a Nazi. Within the context of him saying,
If you separate the view he has, he wouldn't be a Nazi. Isn't that like say for people that are like in the active like Nazi military? Isn't that just how that would work for anybody who's a Nazi?
Nick explicitly isn't a Nazi shit for a few years isn't a Nazi. This has been going on all debate. It's almost gaslighting. Like this, it's almost gaslighting shit is just unhinged. You can't
Can you
just
explain?
like so.
My food will be
why
ready in
that's
2 minutes.
unhinged?
I don't know who introduced, like, Steven, I need to talk to you. You
We can't say
fucked
the
up
name.
by introducing people to terms like gaslighting and bad faith.
I know.
You you fucked up.
Answer him.
Okay, so they rather than just say like, hey, this is wrong for XYZ reason, they're saying, hey, it's gaslighting. It's abuse. This is exactly what Max is talking about. Being all
Yeah, so
blurry
during-
with what you say during Nick's beliefs, without saying like, "Hey, this is what's blurry." You just
You
stating.
don't,
it as-
wait. Can you just specifically walk? Okay, are you saying that you're not allowed to say if you think Steven is gaslighting, you think he is intentionally obfuscating something and avoiding talking about something, being sneaky, slippery, weaselly, whatever? If you actually think that, are you allowed to say that in this subreddit or not?
If you have
It-
like proof, absolutely. If you want to pull,
Wait,
quotes,
no,
and
not if you have proof.
timestamps,
If you just is this a bannable offense to accuse Steven of being bad faith or gaslighting?
probably
It's going to depend on the combo. So there was a
Wait. I want Forethought to answer because he said probably
no, no.
100%.
Oh, okay.
Because you're saving him.
Oh, okay. Well, I would give because I'm one of the moderators of my sub too. But go ahead, he can answer, and then I'll
yeah,
give my
sure.
answer.
So, if you want
Is
to
accusing Steven of being bad faith, just at all, is accusing Steven of being
At
bad
all?
faith
No.
or gaslighting
You
in
can get away
itself,
with it.
is that you can get away with it? Does that mean it's bannable, but you might not get banned, or what?
it means it depends on what you post. Like if you say Steven is gaslighting, here's what he did. He said this. He contradicted this. He lied about this. He claimed this earlier and then stated that later. He's gaslighting.
Okay, so if you say Steven is gaslighting and you don't give an explanation, you get banned.
Yeah. So
if you
when
do give an explanation, you might not get banned.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to read the post to you, and then you tell me why this isn't an explanation. Is that okay? Can
Yeah,
we
go for it.
proceed that way? Okay. In the debate just now, when Chud and Max debated him on the sanitization of Nick, it seems Steven is just trying to defend himself without being able to be critical of himself at all. This is most prevalent with how contradictory he is
stop
in this
real quick?
debate. What?
Can you stop real quick?
Yeah.
So like accusing someone of being like, he just wants to defend himself. He's not engaging critically. Like ascribing that kind of
reasonable.
mind state rather than just talking about what's actually being said is sort of what gets you in trouble.
Okay, so it is bannable to ascribe a mind state to somebody.
It's a red
or to
flag.
Steven.
Not totally bannable, but that's a red flag. We're starting off on a
Okay,
rough-
so you're already close to being banned if somebody says it seems like Steven is defensive.
No,
Yeah.
hold on. Whoa. Notice how I just said that's a red flag, and you changed it from red flag to almost bannable. And then notice how you changed it from Steven is gaslighting to Steven is
Well, he asked, right? Am I wrong? Wait, I don't want to mischaracterize here. Like,
flag.
Steven.
Not totally bannable, but that's
Okay, so it is bannable to ascribe a mind state to somebody.
it's a red
or to
flag.
Steven.
Not totally bannable, but that's a red flag. We're starting off on a
Okay,
rough-
so you're already close to being banned if somebody says it seems like Steven is defensive.
No,
Yeah.
hold on. Whoa.
well, so wait, the first time he said it, Destiny interpreted it as a question, but the second time he's like declaring it. I don't know. I don't know about that.
Whoa.
Hey, what the hell?
Notice how I just said that's a red flag, and you changed it from red flag to almost bannable. And then notice how you changed it from Steven is gaslighting to Steven is being over defensive. You just warped both ends of that.
Okay,
Hardcore.
here's-
Let me
here's the
let me restate what was actually
Wait,
said.
here's the
No,
sentence.
no.
Here's the sentence. Wait, let me read the sentence so we agree on what happened.
Okay.
Can I do that? Also, you're rescuing Forethought again.
Oh, my bad.
It seems like Steven is just trying to defend himself without being able to be critical of himself at all.
Yes,
Okay, that is.
that sentence is fucked.
Yes.
Do
Okay.
you see how that's
Is it?
fucked?
But is the sentence bannable or it's a red? Like, what percentage of the
It's
way
w-
to banning the person does this get you?
It's a 13.3% repeating, of course, chance of getting
Okay.
banned.
Okay, so you
Red
could
flag
be
was
banned just for
getting
saying
closer
it
to
seems
being
like
banned,
Steven
yeah.
is trying to defend himself without being able to be critical of himself at all.
No, it's just 13.3%. It's a red flag.
It's-
It gets you
it's
there.
Dumb.
It gets you part of the way there.
It is funny, but it's also stupid.
Why do you think that's a fucked up thing to say, or an annoying thing we wouldn't want him to say, or I wouldn't want?
You want me to try to guess why you say that?
Yeah.
If I try to ascribe a mindset to you that you don't have, are you going to ban me from the sub? You're asking me to do this. I have your consent to guess at your mindset right now.
You have my full consent.
I believe that a lot of these, there's two parts to a debate on a stream.
Come on.
It ain't like a boxing match. It's more like a close boxing match. There's not usually a clear winner or loser. Sometimes there are. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. But often the interpretation, the after talk, the upvoted post
Yeah, the music was from the stream. That's why I paused it to check, because I didn't want to get like TOS'd on YouTube again for music.
and downvoted posts really decide how history is written after a debate. So in a highly tense debate with a lot of stakes, that is not really clear who the winner or loser was, it really benefits Steven to write the history of what happened. And so when you're arguing about the very definition of reality and you have your finger on the ban button, when somebody says, "Well, I think what happened is you were defensive and not self-critical," it obviously helps you, rule with your autocratic iron grip if you stop the person from saying that. You're saying it's really annoying, and like, yeah, it is annoying. It's very annoying to have somebody tell you like you're not making good arguments, you're just flailing and defending yourself. Like, obviously that's annoying, but you get a benefit other than just relieving your annoyed feelings. You get a huge benefit in shoring up your support in your audience by doing that.
Okay, Stephen, rescue me if you want.
Yeah, rewatching what led up to like the Destiny report. A lot of people think that this right here was the reason why Mr. Girl wrote the Destiny report, not because he actually had legitimate concerns. So sort of re-examining it. I started doing this because I needed to refresh my memory working on Mr. Girl video project. But so it was like me being able to take like verbal notes that I could refer back to. But people seem to like this, and I like doing this. So this is what I've been doing for the last little bit.
Or translate.
What?
Oh, and also because nobody has, like, a ton of people have watched these things and commented on it, but nobody's commented on it from like not like everybody who has done that has been like super pro Destiny through all of it and just condemning Mr. Girl. So I think there's some value to having like the other side of it.
Well, Mr. Girl, fuck, I have heard that. It sounds like he's just saying that there's a huge benefit to being in control of the narrative of the comment section after any big conversation, and by aggressively banning people that appear to have disagreements of opinion with me, I'm essentially, in a way, proactively, retrospectively rewriting history, essentially.
Do you feel like that's
I'm not
what
saying.
you do?
Well, I'm not saying you're thinking that. I know that.
I'm not saying you're. I didn't say you're saying I'm thinking it, but that's
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
saying that's what's happening. Yeah.
I know you know this. I just want to make it clear forethought. I'm not saying that you're thinking I want to rewrite history. I know you're thinking this person is toxic, this person's annoying, it's another Mr. Girl dog fucking idiot. I don't want to deal with this person. They're annoying. Like I get.
Oh no, I'll ban people for
motive.
being annoying independent of that sentence. Like, that sentence is entirely separate. That sentence is. It is not just annoying. It is counterproductive, because one, the answer to it, it's not like Steven can say, "Hey, I wasn't defensive. I was critical the whole time." But how do you prove that? Who cares?
That
Why the fuck
rocket
are you
sounds
even
so
wasting your time
loud.
having this conversation? Just have a conversation what you want to talk about,
Also,
and just
Well, the thing they
welcome, Katie. It's nice to see you in here. I think it's the first time I've ever seen you in my stream.
want to talk about is they think he's being defensive.
yeah, that's fucking retarded.
So we just shouldn't talk. I mean, is it okay? For the record, is it retarded because Steven is never defensive?
Oh shit.
It's retarded because it's unprovable. If Steven's defensive, I can make an argument like, "Hey, Steven's being defensive here," but at the end of the day, it
Not
is
in a
really hard to
subreddit.
just prove someone is in a certain mind state.
Oh, you've been here before. You just be lurking. Oh shit. I'll go ahead and let it play. I'm just gonna be 1 minute. I gotta grab my.
And that's why they're making
Yeah.
arguments. And we're in a
Okay, so
debate.
you're not allowed to speculate about the mind state of Steven in a subreddit. Are you? I mean, you may
Of
get
most people,
banned.
generally those are like waste of time conversations. All right? That's why you usually don't accuse people of being like grifters or whatever, because like I can't prove that. Like, what the fuck is the point?
Okay. I guess I don't, based on the posts I've seen about myself, and there are dozens of them, or maybe even hundreds. I'm gonna say speculating against Mr. Girl's mind state is not against the rules of our destiny. Even if it is stated that it is, you can do that pretty freely, whenever you want, about whatever you want, and nothing happens to you, which is fine. That's how I think it should be. I think you should totally be able to say, Mr. Girl's gaslighting. You call me Mr. Gaslight. Get the top voted post in the sub. You should be able to do all those things. That's not my problem. I don't want this protection.
Okay, I'm back.
My problem is that I think these clearly, if annoyance and bad feelings are fueling the ban decisions, and you, by your own,
I can't tell by the way he said that. Is he talking about the fact that people are still able to do that? He said it kind of weird.
admission forethought, want to ban
Because that would be really good, because I thought the first person that brought that up was Benny. If that's what he's saying here, that you're just not allowed to agree with him, but you are allowed to disagree with him and criticize him, then Mr. Goes ahead of Benny on that one.
people just for liking me or saying nice things about me. It seems pretty obvious that critical comments of Steven are going to be banned or bannable way more than critical comments of anybody else if your immediate emotional response is playing any part in the decision. And then, like I said, through this cycle of, well, you can always get unbanned, then you start to cull out people who don't want to deal with being banned and pushed away and pulled back and, you know, having to submit to humiliating, like, well, explain yourself, appeal to the mods, and the mods will, you know, I just don't think it's good for me in the community. It may be good for Steven, but it's definitely bad for me, obviously.
Okay, well, you have your own subreddit. Pull all your dog fuckers. Hang out there.
Sure, if that's your response to my criticism of your moderating system is go fuck yourself, that's fine.
Okay,
I
so
accept
we're good.
that. Well, no, I have conditions for this is an unending war. This is World War III or IV now, and it will go on forever. So we're not good. But I accept your response.
Oh, I wasn't like asking if we were like friends. I'm asking like, is there anything else we need to discuss here?
Um, I just don't think bootlicking should be a regular part of being part of a healthy community.
I'll keep that in mind.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to discuss?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Steven, anything else?
What? No, it's up to you guys.
All right. The offer for Apex remains open. I'm going to bed
Okay,
later.
you, me, and Autistic Destiny, we're going to be grinding that, okay?
Soon.
All right. And then there were two.
And then there were two.
What's up? How's it going?
I feel like our relationship is a little tense.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Do you feel like that too?
No, not at all. Well, I feel like you feel it, which I guess in a relationship is enough for it to feel that way, because only one person needs to feel
Yeah.
tense. But
That's right. I feel like there's a few topics we haven't really talked about.
okay, hit me up.
Well, do you feel upset or angry at me about anything?
No.
Okay, the topics I feel like we haven't really talked about are, one, my declaration of war on the subreddit. Oh, we kind of talked about it now, but is there anything you want to say about it? Anything else?
I don't fully understand the ramifications yet, so no, I think I'm okay.
I don't think there are any.
Okay, then it's probably.
I'm just mad, and I'm gonna complain about it a lot, and
That's
I
fair.
think that's it.
It's a healthy response to madness.
And see, he explains it. That's what the quote-unquote war is.
Yeah.
Destiny 4000 don't give a fuck about this point. Good for Steven is good for Steven. Yeah. Yeah, his response is basically like, "That's just not how I want it." So I'm just gonna do what I want. Okay. If you don't like it, I guess like tough titties, but like, um, I mean, at least I guess on the upside, he gave him a chance to talk about it.
And I think I like I said, I don't think I'll if I post or I respond to posts, I think I'm going to be a little more guarded because it doesn't feel like a safe space for me.
It's not. Reddit's never a safe space. It's not even a safe space for me, even though I ban all the non-bootlickers. There's still enemies lurking in the shadows.
I feel like it is systemically not a safe space for me. I guess what I'm saying.
Gotcha. Okay.
Um. Okay. Other topics. My ban
From
YouTube.
oh yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
Um. I feel like you're mad at me about it.
Mad at you about it?
Kind of.
Oh, why do you feel that?
Because I think it makes you feel horrible. I think you wish I would just be a little more like you, or not even like you, like, because you're kind of like me too in some ways. I think you just wish I would be more
Safe.
protective, safe. Yeah.
No, not entirely. It would make your life easier, but I very much tend to play like the. Maybe you're probably not gonna believe me, but I'm very much like the neutral observer, where I kind of like watch people do what they do, and then I'll kind of like comment on it, and I'm like, yeah, you know, if they did this, it'd probably be easier. But ultimately, it's your prerogative to do what you want and act the way you want.
I think feeling like I'm hurting myself hurts you.
Okay.
You know, I mean,
How did you say that?
I feel like the first time I saw this, I thought, yeah, that's probably right. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to think that anymore.
I mean, I don't agree, but I don't know if I can convince you out of that. So.
You see this shit?
Oh, cute, nice.
Oh, it's a
Save
Destiny
Shaylin's
shirt.
Save Shaylin's shirt on. Save. I don't have my Save Shaylin shirt on, but okay.
That's a very
Kinda
hard
sad.
phrase to say.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so that's what I think.
My wife has a custom Save Shaylin shirt. It doesn't exactly say that. It says leave Shaylin alone, and my wife's holding a dog ready to throw it. But Shaylin made it. It was very reasonably priced.
Okay. Well, what do you
And
want
she
to
has
talk about
Save
in relation
and
to
she
that?
has a Save Shaylin shirt as well. They're right, that is kind of hard to say. Internally, I rolled my eyes when he said. It's
I would
hard
feel
to say.
similarly about like, or I do feel similarly about like Sneeko. Like, I think he needs to moderate a little bit, and he would be immensely successful. He just needs to pick his battles better. But it's not like a thing that like personally upsets me. It's just like, oh fuck, they'd probably be doing a lot better. It would be easier for them if they were doing okay.
Well, you're kind of involved in my ban.
Sure. But I don't know if that
Which I
meaningfully
think makes-
changes it for me.
It doesn't make it more upsetting.
Not in a, like, I wish you would behave differently kind of way. No, I don't think so.
I think that
I'm worried that you
right there, that hurt Mr. Girl's
feel
feelings.
guilty.
No, it's pretty hard for me to feel guilty over something.
I know.
That's one of the things that sociopaths excel in, is never feeling guilty, so.
I think it's the same as always feeling guilty.
No, it's very, very, very rare that I feel guilty over online stuff. The limited exception probably has to do with Melina, because she catches a lot of flack without putting herself in the line of fire at all. Whereas for like me or Sneeko or you, like to some extent, when we jump into these arenas, we're kind of like, this is the battle that we're in, and this is like, we've accepted the rules of engagement, even if they're not fair and they suck, and like, this is how we go about things. When people peripheral to me get caught up, that makes me feel guilty or upset. So like when Lily or Melina or Bella a long time ago, like that's irritating. But for us, I think we're like internet warriors, and it is what it is. Even if it sucks sometimes, which it does, super sucks sometimes.
Internet warriors.
I'm a very sensitive warrior.
Sure. But a warrior nonetheless.
A warrior nonetheless.
That's funny.
Somebody said that you said I need to chill the fuck out with regard to the Lex Friedman thing.
Oh, yeah.
Should we not talk about that?
You don't want to, or
You don't? Do you not want to?
we can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
I want to talk about it.
Okay, yeah, then we can talk about it.
How do you? What do you think about that? How do you feel? What's going on?
I think that sometimes the way that you handle
It was a really bad call from the perspective of his career, obviously.
rejection will reflect on you on upcoming things. So by getting rejected in a really poor manner, it can hurt your future opportunities in really negative ways. A
That's
really
good
great
point.
example of this is long time ago, I was a very edgy StarCraft 2 player, and I had the opportunity to cast a tournament, and then I was disallowed because there was a website, or there was a company called Gigabyte. They make PC parts, and they said they didn't want me at that event. And I wrote an article on my website titled "Fuck Gigabyte in the Ass." And my guess is that article probably kept other companies from working with me in the future. Be my guess. It's a long time ago, but
You think I'm making decisions that my future self will regret?
I don't know if you'll ever regret them. You might be the type of person that, could be living in the bottom of a hole saying, like, at least I lived my values. And at the end of the day, we all kind of have to pick and choose our fights. This is why I don't feel guilty, or this is why I'm, it is what it is.
Unironically,
because-
that's Destiny kind of nailed it there. I think that's accurate. Clearly accurate. Fucking massive pivot. It's almost like going on Joe Rogan. You think so? Mr. Girl brought up Lex, and it seemed like Destiny responded. Right? Did I miss it? Feel free to tell me.
For every criticism that I'm giving you now, some people would argue, like, well, Destiny, people have criticized you the exact same way for your engagement with Keffals. What's the difference? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, sure. I mean, like, it's kind of up to us to choose, like, what do we think are the important fights to fight? And for me,
If you're
I
telling
have
me to chill,
Yeah, go ahead.
if you're telling me to chill the fuck out, it sounds like you disagree with my assessment about what.
Which fights are important? Yes.
Yeah.
Same thing, but then also it's the same thing with Sneeko too. Like Sneeko would probably say, no, there's a lot of bots. I'm trying to deprogram people. Every fight I take is an essential fight. I can't, like, for you to tell me to censor myself around some topics, those are the most important topics for me to not censor myself about. That might be what is going on in Sneeko's brain, even if he can't verbalize it. And I would disagree, but I mean, it's his choice to make, And then again, people would
I like
turn.
Sneeko.
Sure, I do too. I super like Sneeko. He's a very interesting person, yeah.
Yeah.
Even if I disagree with a lot of what he says. But I'd say the same thing about you and Brittany. And
Wow.
Lav even.
Well, I don't think my ban's your fault.
Well, that's good. I didn't really either. I mean, I definitely played a part in it, but it's not my fault. I don't even know if I'd truly say it's your fault. I think it's just kind of the shitty social media environment we live in today, and the fact that it's so easily exploitable by bad faith actors like the big tech guy.
Yeah, I don't even think it's the people who's flagged me's fault, really. I think it's YouTube's fault. But I don't think it's your fault.
Okay.
He sometimes, depending on when Lex had Elon Musk on. Wait. I don't remember if it was like the cuties thing that he thought was interesting, but didn't have him. He said he wanted to wait, give some time because of he had the video of how I learned to stop hitting women, or if it was the reverse. I don't know how Elon Musk is comparable in that sentiment.
What?
Just thinking of Shaylin making a shirt that's me at the bottom of a hole saying, "I live my values." At least I live my values.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like a common argument I give to like bikers and stuff, to where I feel like I saw a comic or something, but like there's like a biker, like a guy with a like an actual just bicycle, like standing outside the gates of heaven, and the caption is like, "But I had the right of way." And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I think that's it for things that I feel like are
That's really it? That was it?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
Okay, they just
For,
talk for a bit.
things I've since bulging, like Yellowstone, the volcano, the super volcano underneath Yellowstone, the lake.
So, like, Mr. Girl could have gotten on Lex, but maybe the memory is off. I guess Mr. Girl didn't nearly get on, but then burned the bridge hard. No, he did almost get on, but Lex was like, "Oh, hey, we gotta push this back. I found some of this stuff, and we got a lot of stuff going on right now." So the way Lex made it sound was that he had too much going on to suss out all the nuance that goes into having Mr. Girl on. And Mr. Girl was pretty upset because he felt like he sort of pulled the carpet out from underneath him and was like, "Fuck you. I will never be on your show." And that's pretty much how that happened from my memory.
Lake, it's bulging.
Uh-huh.
That's them. This is the those.
So,
These are
so it seemed like if Lex was being good faith, which I don't have any reason to think that he wasn't being. Like I don't know the guy, but everything that I've ever seen him seems like he's pretty, like stand-up-ish. Yeah, my takeaway from that was that he was just like, I need to have a little more time to suss out how to have an interview with you. And it hurt Mr. Girl's feelings, and he lashed out. I think it actually is that simple.
the areas where I feel the
Hey, get my
magma
bottle of
bulging.
water.
So I want
Be right
to
back.
talk about it with you.
Oh, okay. Damn, I thought there was like a lot of
But-
shit or something.
It could have been. I mean, I don't fucking know what you're gonna say in response to all this.
Oh. Well, okay.
Oh,
I mean, it seems like the thing we have the most overt disagreement about is the
oh shit.
subreddit thing,
Oh, sure.
obviously. But I don't know what else there is to say about it.
True.
Oh, I went on No Jumper.
Oh, yeah. How'd that go? Did you fly down to LA for that?
No. No. We just did a
Zoom thing?
call.
I know that video ended up getting pulled down on No Jumper's YouTube, but like all the comments on the No Jumper video were just people shitting on Flacco, and I thought that was really funny because I thought he looked like a clown, but I expected like the No Jumper audience to be like, "Nah, fuck Mr. Girl," but like no, it wasn't that at all. I had to scroll down like super far, and I remember having to scroll like a lot to find a single comment that wasn't just people shitting on Flacco. I was shocked. It was like unanimous on both
okay.
sides. Like Flacco
No, it was a fucking
was
disaster.
acting like a fucking retard
A
there.
good kind of disaster, or like a bad kind of disaster?
I think he got pulled because of how bad of reception. Like Flacco made the show look bad, and like all of their comments were just people shitting on him, which is that's not a good look for the show. So I think Adam was probably like, pull it down and we can put it back up later, and all that shit will be gone. Because I think it got put back up. I'm not 100% sure, but I know that it did get pulled down at one point. Because I went to go watch it again and it was
It
gone.
wasn't a disaster with Adam. It was a disaster with Flacco.
What was the disaster?
He called me some
Semi-regularly, I
names.
think.
Like a pedophile, or like a different?
Yeah. Yeah, he called me a pedophile, and I just lost my shit. I have normally I have like a kind of like, well, I totally understand. I talk about provocative topics, and I totally get. Since the ban, I've not been as patient with people,
Mm-hmm.
and I pretty much lost my shit. And he was like, "Oh, you're losing your shit. Look at you." I was like, I know." And it just went on like that for a really, really long time. I was so angry.
My favorite comment in there was somebody compared Flacco to Patrick Starr. That's the one that stood out to me the most.
Why do you feel like you got more angry this time? Or you said you've been more angry since your ban. Why?
Because usually I'm saying in the context of like, I have a career, I have my YouTube channel, I'm growing as a creator. So I totally understand as new people are introduced to my work, they're going to be provoked. They're going to call me names. They're going to not understand. I totally get it. You know, that's fine. I understand. But with the ban, it's like, it just feels like, it feels like the world's against me.
Sure.
It is. Google is the world. You know, Google's like controls how so many of us interact with the world. When Google's like, you're a shitty person who shouldn't be able to talk, it feels like God hates me, and I'm so angry. I'm so angry, and I'm so angry about the ban, and so I'm just taking it out on anybody who's like, it just shut the fuck up. I just stay the fuck out of my way. And so like, yeah, this guy really tapped into it, and I just lost my shit.
Damn. Were you like?
Even Adam was like,
screaming at
that
him,
was
or-
bad. I'd like
Yeah.
to have him on again.
Oh.
I was.
Yeah,
I'd say
dude, it was
yell it.
very, very
I don't know if I got
funny.
screaming, and he was like, "You're shaking," and I was like, "Yeah, I know. I'm fucking raged at you."
Okay.
He's like, "Why are you shaking, bro?" And I was like, "Cause I'm fucking mad. I just told you why I'm shaking. Like, are you trying to get me to say like pretend I'm not mad? I am mad. I'm not gonna pretend I'm not mad."
Was it better or worse than the Stardust combo
Jesus.
in terms of upsetting for you?
Stardust was way more upsetting. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I feel like we didn't talk about Stardust conversation. Is there any stuff you
We just
wanna
watched
say
this.
about? You
Was
got
it
something, you
yesterday?
got something
I think
to
it
fucking
was
say,
last night.
motherfucker?
I mean, obviously, I totally disagree with your assessment of everything, but I mean, like,
Can you enlighten me about exactly what that means?
This is really hard to see now, for me, because like all of these things from Mr. Girl's perspective, it's like he's talking to his friend about it and he's getting like nothing. He's getting like no support. And I'm not saying Destiny owes that to him, but like right now he really needs a friend. So it's just hard to watch him just trying to be like, like it may be better for it to not happen on stream, because I really think that's what he needed. He just needed some of that, like he just needed like a friend to be like, yeah, dude, this is some bullshit. Like we all need that sometimes, where you're venting to your friends and they're just like on your side because you need somebody to like help build you up when you're feeling really low. It kind of feels like I don't know if necessarily if Mr. Girl knows that's what he's doing, but it feels like it, like at least in like the last 5-10 minutes, and Destiny's just like nowhere with that.
well, I think
Which
it's
I'm not
the
saying he
same
has to, but it's
criticisms
just
that I
still
generally have
tough
of
to
you,
see.
that I feel like you insert a mind state into another person way too much, and I feel like you're sometimes just way too harsh on people.
It's so hard to watch
Okay,
Destiny
bring it.
revealing
Can you
his
bring
lack
it
of
to
support.
specifics?
Can I bring it to specifics?
At this point in like the timeline, I think that Destiny would have probably had a different tune if he wasn't on stream. That'd be my guess. If not, then that's pretty shitty. But I
When
assume
you
Somebody
say to
refresh your
somebody that they're testing somebody, I think you should understand that that has an incredibly negative connotation. And oftentimes, the use or the invocation of the word test is a strategy to rape someone. So when you invoke that to somebody that is explicitly saying this is a strategy they're employing to avoid getting raped, it is like maybe the worst possible thing you could say. And so I can understand somebody getting really triggered by it.
I understand that too. I mean, I think I said that to her.
Yeah, but you always
I
say
was
it
like
in
it-
kind of like a detached. It would kind of be like me walking up to somebody and then smacking them and being like, "Look at me. I understand why it hurts. I understand why you're hurting right now, okay? But you need to understand something." Right? And it's like that's what you're
Okay.
doing. And it's like, Jesus.
Okay, so the problem isn't that we agreed that I already understand this and said it,
Okay.
right? Like I know that I was using the word test.
that show. I meant Mr. Girl on No Jumper. Oh, it made me really frustrated. That one didn't make me sad. Really. I was like really agitated during it.
To explain how it
But
feels
I understand,
from the perspective
100%.
of the testee.
If I wasn't agitated, I would have been saddened by it for sure.
Uh-huh.
Like
I'm pretty I get like what do you call that? I get like secondhand embarrassment or secondhand sadness even when I'm watching like movies and stuff really easily. Like if something sad happens to the main character, like I'm pretty tough to get to cry, but so that's usually like a big deal if that happens, but embarrassment and sadness, I'm like extremely empathetic to if I'm watching it happen in front of me. Very, very
I feel like I'm
difficult
being
for me.
tested, or
I will literally, if somebody does something embarrassing in a movie, I will cover my eyes. Or if something's really sad, I will sometimes look away. I get overwhelmed by it. Two separate topics. I'd like to see Mr. Girl on No Jumper again. And this Destiny this Destiny Mr. Girl interaction made me sad. I see. I would really like to see him on No Jumper with just Adam. That'd be really interesting. Especially after I want him to talk about the reality show that Adam 22 did where the winner gets to fuck his wife for a porno. Or for like her OnlyFans or something. That shit was wild. Like he can. I'm not gonna condemn him for it, but I'm not gonna say that's not wild. Like I'm very polyamorous, but I'm still like, whoa, wow, okay.
profiled, or not trusted, or interrogated, whatever.
After blackface, also.
I said to her, I know you feel
The song was so good, dude. The
like you
music
needed-
video was insane.
do this to protect yourself. So from your point of view, it's just a boundary and like a defense mechanism or whatever. But just a
He did not need to go that hard on the video. It was crazy.
normal thing for you to do to protect yourself. From the perspective of the person who's being asked to not have sex for 4 months or whatever the fuck,
Mhm.
it starts to feel like I have to prove that I'm not a rapist, which is
Mhm.
the longer you know somebody, the more that hurts.
Sure. But
Okay.
is that is that appropriate to bring up?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out your feedback here because you said my assessment is wrong, but it sounds like we have the same assessment so far.
Well, the issue that I have is the appropriateness of even explaining that.
Okay.
And it's,
But she volunteered that information, no? In the first conversation, I'm pretty sure that was her explaining it, and Mr. Girl's like, "Oh, wait, no, I don't think that's good." Max called Adam an abuser for using his kid as a promotion for his adult content, if you remember. Oh my God, did he really? Wait, sorry. I'm not outraged at Mr. Girl there. I'm outraged at Adam. Did he really use his kid as promotion? How old is his kid? Yeah, like, that's pretty fucked if he did. And his kid's like a kid, not like his adult child or something. If it's your adult child, I don't give a shit. Whatever. The family business or something, I don't know. It's goofy, but it's not like who gives a shit. But if it's like a little kid, even like a teenager, that's pretty fucked up. I'd never ever. I couldn't imagine. What the
Especially
fuck?
when the person is that emotionally charged over the topic. Because what we're essentially
And like, yeah, I really don't care the context. That's probably like an always no. Did he do that on the No Jumper stream? I don't know. You can answer me whatever. That's fucking wild.
saying is that, like, I understand that you're having an extreme emotional reaction to this because you're trying to protect yourself. But I think it's more important right now that you recognize how your way of protecting yourself could hurt my feelings. It's like, it seems like it's asking for an unreasonable amount of emotional
no.
consideration.
Oh no, I just looked up his kid. He's like a really little kid. What? When did he do that? Ah, God. Because this is April 2022. That was his kid. Yeah, don't. Do not do that. Christ.
It reminds me of fights where I'll get into a fight with a significant other and they're upsetting me and they're upset. And now they've brought their upsetness to me. And
It was a photo of his kid getting breastfed while him and his wife were in some kind of clown makeup they had on for a porno video. And I assume like that was the promo. Yeah, like don't do that. If that's like the promo, don't do that. Like I understand that the kid doesn't know what's going on.
they're
but,
making
like,
me upset.
whoops.
And now
they're gonna find out about that, and almost certainly before they're an adult. That's bad. That's not good.
telling me that I need to take care of their feelings and my feelings. And I'm like, wait a second. You got us both
feel like
riled up.
that's just
now I have
not
to take care of both of us? Fuck you.
It's not a big enough ask to say like, hey, don't do that. To where like you really gotta weigh the options. No, I think you can. It's a pretty easy thing to just not do that. Yeah, money, 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 but like, you know what? They could have just used the baby doll, and everybody knew they had a kid. And fine. Same point would have got across. You didn't need to use the real kid.
You. That's kind of what it feels like in that conversation. You were
Because if the point, if the point is to like emphasize on the fact that she's like a new mother, and her titties are like all full of milk or something. I don't know what the angle is. You could have got the same point across with like a baby doll or something if you just absolutely had to go that angle. That's not good. Yeah, sometimes people tell me stuff about Mr. Girl that I don't know.
essentially doing to her.
We agree that she never said she was upset.
I don't care.
I also miss almost all of the Patreon follower streams because I forget they're happening.
Right. No, I'm not trying to make it.
I don't know if she ever did say she was upset or not.
The
but,
supporter
like, whether or
streams,
not
it's
somebody
called.
says they're upset. I'm never
I'm
looking
not,
at somebody.
just
Go ahead.
look, can I walk you through what I'm thinking here?
Okay, go for it.
Okay, we agree she never said she was upset, right? Probably.
She might
I
have. I
don't
think so, but I don't know. But go
I
ahead.
asked her if she was upset, and she said no.
Okay.
Do you believe
Good night,
me?
Elk. You have a good one, buddy.
Fuck. Yeah,
Elk,
go.
before you go, like the stream, please. I appreciate it.
I'll believe it. Go for it.
Okay. So you're saying
I know.
she seemed upset.
I'm aware of when it is every single day of the week, except for on those Sundays. I just doing shit and I don't remember. So there's no notification that pops up on my phone or anything like a regular video would.
Yeah.
You're saying she asked me, do you want to do a stream talking about consent? I say yes. You're saying if we start doing the stream and I tell a story, I tell the STD test story, and Stardust compares the girl in the story to herself and says, well, I think that's how it happened. I think she was like, well, maybe it was the other way around, but she was like, I tell men they have to wait to have sex with me or whatever. You're
Thank you
saying
very much.
if she's talking about her experience with this sexual negotiation and I'm talking about mine, but I start to detect that talking about this is triggering for her, then I shouldn't explain my point of view anymore because it comes off as rapey.
No, I don't even care about rapey. It's more just like they're probably the one that's more adversely impacted by the interaction because the risk or the investment for them is very high and your investment is very low. So why push the interaction?
The conversation.
Yeah, why push it at all? Like for you, it's a matter of being kind of irritated that you're not getting laid, or maybe that somebody doesn't trust you as much as you think they should. And for them, it's a matter of like, this is a thing I do because if I don't, I feel like I might get raped. Like the investment is very high, the risk is very high on one end, and on the other end, it's kind of like, So like, why push the interaction?
You're saying this translates to a psychological risk for even talking about it.
Well, no, but like the particular...
Because I wasn't trying to fuck Stardust. I'm just trying to talk to her about how we experience sexual negotiations. But you're saying if the way I'm talking about it is triggering to her, even if she won't say it, I should pull back from even having an intellectual conversation about it because it's too insensitive.
Yeah, if I think over that particular topic, yeah, I would.
Like...
Or if I wouldn't, I would continue forward knowing that, like, this might turn into a huge shit show.
Okay, so, like, if you're talking about experiencing racism, and a black person is like, yeah, the cops, like, beat me and arrested me and then, like, lied about it and planted drugs in my car and I went to jail for 3 years. And then you're like, I'm white and I got called a Karen at the grocery store. You're saying it's just, like, at the point when the conversation is taking that turn, you're... it's no longer appropriate for you to take up that much space with it if it's going to be triggering to the other person.
Yeah, depending on how the conversation is going, right? Like, let's say I'm having a conversation like, I don't think microaggressions are that big of a deal, or I don't think racism is that big of a deal against black people. I think it's overblown a lot. And then one guy is like, my dad was profiled and killed in front of me by a police officer when I was 8 years old. Okay. Now, I might say, okay, well, statistically speaking, how many fucking, like, unarmed fathers are killed in front of children? You're like a 1 in 100 million. Your case is actually statistically irrelevant. I don't know why the fuck you would even bring that up. Anecdote, Andy. I could say that, and I'd be logically within my right to say it. And even for the purposes of the conversation, it might be important to establish
that's what you said to the grandma on the abortion panel.
Sure.
Okay.
But in the heat of the moment, but I don't care about that, grandma. You said you do care about your friendship with Stardust, right?
Yes. No. I'm not saying you're a hypocrite. I'm just pointing out that.
Sure. I'm telling you that I will go that far sometimes. If I feel like it's really important, I'll go that far.
Yes,
but I know that like that might be the end of our friendship because that's just the position that I'm staking out, and I know this is going to be a big deal. Yeah. But I would go in it with that understanding, basically. And I wouldn't be upset with the person. Like when I had that huge, and I don't even know if I'm like emotionally at the same level of maturity that I was.
I don't remember where they end up with this. That's why I'm just kind of listening. I'm trying to figure this out because I think I remember
more mature. But like when I had that, I had a very, very, very uncomfortable conversation with Trihex about the N-word. That was the most popular thing on all of Reddit, where he's like almost crying to me, telling me that it's like really fucked up that I feel this way about like language and blah, blah, blah. And I'm telling him basically like, well, tough shit. I mean, that's how I feel. That was a very awkward conversation to have. But having that conversation, I understand like, okay, well, I might be losing him as a friend forever if I do this. But like, that's where I'm taking this out. But I wouldn't be surprised if like our friendship ended here. Because I know that the investment from them as a white person.
He altered.
Well, no, stop. I'm just saying that the investment for me as a white person is very low. Like at the end of the day, who cares about the N-word? I'm white. I don't care. It's not like, what do I care?
Did it cost you your friendship with him?
No, we're cool now.
It did.
But that's the understanding that I had going into that circumstance.
I feel like that's a pretty dishonest framing. It ended their friendship. They just made up later.
And I think that you should have that understanding. So if you do care about a friendship, right, then it's good to understand that you need to pull back.
And they're
Otherwise,
certainly
you
less
can't act
cool. They're
surprised
not
when
having
the
a
person
show
is like,
anymore.
oh, I don't think I can handle this friendship anymore.
Well, she didn't say that. She just stopped talking to me.
Well, but that's obvious. That's what's going on.
Well, yeah, but let's see. Okay, do you concede that you're asking me to read her feelings in the conversation, set boundaries for her about what kind of conversation is appropriate or acceptable for her to have, and then read her feelings after the conversation? And even if I ask her how she's feeling or if she wants to talk about it, if she says no, I'm fine. I don't want nothing. Everything's fine. What are you talking about? I'm totally fine. Things are totally cool. If I sense that things are not cool, I should still act as though she said, "No, I'm really fucked up about this, and I can't handle this."
Yep.
Like
It's
you're asking
really
me to do
cringe and it's really annoying. But yeah, I learned this when I was 30. It's people's words are just one part of the whole picture that they're selling you.
yeah, totally.
And
Yeah, you can
sometimes it
tell-
comes to the
I
point where
agree.
like you have to kind of just ignore what they're saying. Whatever they're saying, it doesn't matter.
I know exactly what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he's gonna say something. It's
Oh yeah.
okay.
Um,
Okay, never mind. He's just putting out the implication.
I don't think I want that. I don't want to do that. I definitely don't want to do it with Shaylin. We've established this, but I don't want to do it with friends.
I get that.
Okay. That's fair. That's
I
only
feel
you
the
Does
can
this
same
feel
way.
gendered to you at all? Do you think you'd be saying the same thing? I know you're talking about Trihex in the same way. Do you think it's my job more because I'm a man to look out for her feelings?
I think that people have a lot of reasons for saying and doing the things that they say and do. And sometimes people feel like they need to lie to protect themselves. And when you can identify that somebody is in that state of mind, it's up to you to figure out how you want to proceed.
You know what my problem is
What?
with everything you just said?
Yeah, go for it.
Women lying to protect themselves sexually is the thing I'm complaining about.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that
I'm
was his
telling a
point.
story about something that women. She's like, "Oh, you made a video essay about this topic," and I'm like, "Yeah, the video essay was called How to Say No to Sex."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying, just say no. You got to be honest about that. You don't want to have sex. Say no. Don't argue. Don't make excuses. Don't lie. Don't change the subject. Just say you don't want to have sex.
Yeah.
And she was like, "I really like this video. I really want to talk about it." So the context is we're talking about how much this horrible thing has affected me. Like, yes, it affects women, and the risks are greater for them. I agree with everything you're saying, but my video is really about how it affects me. How it's affected me to not be able to say no to sex and be put in like weird situations that I should not have been put in or allowed myself to be put in, and then B, how it feels to be trying to negotiate something with something so loaded with somebody who's lying to you.
Okay.
So I think given the context, for her to start doing it in the conversation, I'm like, the whole point of my video is I don't think men should mind read women to a certain extent. I don't think it should be assumed or relied on that men are going to mind read women and say no for them. Women have to say no on their own. And then Stardust wants to say no to the conversation and then can't. And she won't say it. So I think that's why I was like, well, just like, are you really? You're not upset? Like fine. And like with sex, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't have sex with somebody who is like, yeah, I want to have sex. It's fine. Go ahead. Like I agree with you there. But in terms for a conversation, between two professionals and friends about the topic of how women need to say no, or people need to say no and set their own boundaries, I think I just couldn't do it.
Sure. Which is fair.
Or didn't.
And I think you have like
It would significantly dampen the message of the video that he's putting out. And that's a really good point that didn't even think of when I was going over that. Yeah, how can he stand by his video if then he reacts that way?
Every right at some point to say like, okay, well, this is fucking annoying to me. I don't want to like be involved in this.
Well, that's his friend too.
Okay, but you're also saying it's not appropriate, or that I just shouldn't have. I know you're saying it's a conditional, like, well, if you're okay with things falling apart, then you shouldn't do that. But I feel like there's a middle ground where,
If
like,
you're
I
not
don't,
okay with it.
I really care about Stardust, and I really valued our friendship,
Yeah.
but I
Well,
also
but not
really
more than this argument.
right. It's not the argument. It's that I need to hold my boundaries in order to not be embroiled in a friendship that doesn't work for me. Like if I set
Well,
a
this has nothing to
precedent
do with
now-
like holding boundary. This had to do with this particular heated exchange.
No, it's gonna just keep happening.
Well, yeah, but like there's a million ways to end a friendship over something like this that doesn't involve like an ultra heated exchange, right? You could slowly ghost her and not respond to her as much, and then that's like a
No, that's not what his
non-confrontational way to do
boundary
it.
is.
You could
Well,
just
that's what she
message her
did.
and say like, "Hey,
Clearly his boundary is that I'm not gonna have conversations with somebody. I'm not gonna be okay being around you if you bring me on to talk about this subject and then do the problem that that the subject of the video is about, and I'm also not allowed to say anything back about it." I think that makes sense. I get that.
like this is just like something that this is like
But to be fair, though, I also completely get the other side. I'm just sympathetic towards what he's saying because I would have a really hard time unless the person said they didn't want to talk about it. If the person said they didn't want to talk about it, that's fine. I have a really hard time with that in general. If somebody is showing me signs and stuff that they don't want to talk about something, I'll check in like Mr. Girl did too, but I'm not gonna make other people's decisions for them.
I just
I
don't feel as comfortable with it.
just-
Right? There's a lot of
that's
ways
just not something
you
I
could
can
think
do.
of ways, I'm sure, to end a relationship that aren't as dramatic as on a live
Well,
stream.
but it's not that I wanted to specifically end the relationship. It was like I want to be in the relationship, but I want to be in it in a certain way. And the way I need to be in it is if you don't want to talk about something, you have to tell me.
Yeah.
You can't ask me to do a stream with you and then signal to me that you actually can't handle it and then expect me to caretake you. I don't want to adopt. I'm not trying to adopt people.
Yeah, that's fine, but like I don't know if I argued with you about this or somebody else. Sometimes just saying something like that can be really manipulative or feel manipulative. Do you understand, or do you want me to elaborate? Or I don't mean that sounded kind of more condescending than I wanted to sound, but
I
want me to elaborate on
understand,
that,
but
or-
you can elaborate if you want. I get. Do you want me to elaborate on it
whatever you want to do,
to show that I understand?
if you want to.
You're saying that on one hand I'm setting a boundary from my perspective, but from her perspective it sounds like I'm saying you better have this conversation with me or you better learn to say no right now or I'm going to abandon you.
Exactly. Yeah, so you perfectly understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then, so on your end, your feeling is like, I'm having a conversation about how nice it would be if people could set strict boundaries. And this motherfucker is trying to avoid the conversation by not setting a strict boundary. You came to me
Yeah.
praising me that I was giving you advice to do the very thing that you are now doing the antithesis of, and then getting upset
Yes.
at me for it. That's your perspective, which is fair, and I can understand why that's like, fuck, how fucking annoying, right? But then on the flip side, on the other person's side, they're like, I set certain boundaries to protect myself because I find that people push really hard. Now there's somebody that I am friends with and I respect, and now they're pushing me really hard in a conversation to acquiesce on something that I'm starting to feel uncomfortable about, and now I'm in the very position that I don't want to be in, where somebody's pushing really hard on me in a really intense way in a conversation about boundaries. And that's the feeling from their side. So, but I think that the risk for you is very low because it's just a conversation about friendships and boundaries or whatever. But the risk for them is these are behaviors associated with like sexual pressure, which is usually
It makes sense if you look at it through the lens of like risk, but if you look at it through the lens of like valuing how you're going to engage with people or valuing your own boundaries. I it doesn't, and I think that's how he's gonna see it. It's like I still think that no matter what, either they were both in the wrong or neither of them were in the wrong. And I'm on the side of that neither of them were in the wrong. It was just sucked. It just sucked.
Usually way more high stakes or way more high risk, which is I think the feeling that they have, Stardust in this case.
I think caving is low risk each time you do it. But having been in relationships like the one that I imagine would develop with Stardust, were I to do what you're suggesting, I feel like you can waste your whole fucking life reading people's feelings for them and taking care of them, and
Yeah, but you don't have to do
basically
it.
just parenting them.
Yeah, but like I said before,
Why-
you don't have to. You could just say like, you can message earlier and be like, hey, listen, like, I'm sorry, but like we have way different expectations. There's like a million less dramatic ways to exit that relationship, right?
Well, I wasn't trying to exit.
Yeah. Okay.
In the
he's
first
saying
stream,
it.
I wasn't trying to exit the relationship.
No, but at some point in the second stream, you had made the determination that we can't be close friends anymore, right? But like once that determination is made, it's probably like, okay, you just back off, and then like later you have the conversation, because like they're super emotionally
Okay, so you think it was
compromised.
harsh for me to angrily tell her why I don't want to be her friend?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh.
Well,
Because keep in mind, like again, this is why I criticize you on the empathy thing. On her perspective, her boundaries were too loose, and then she got either raped or sexually assaulted, and now she's like, fuck. So she tightened her boundaries up a lot, and now she's being attacked on a live stream saying your boundaries are too tight, and this is why it frustrates me. So it's like,
Wait.
fuck me.
Do we know that? That something actually happened to her? Because as far as I know, that was just like the concern. Huh. Well, it really sucks if so. Shit.
Holy shit.
I didn't say that. I didn't say they were too tight though. I just said I don't like it.
It's the same thing, right?
It's fucking. I mean, anybody who's ever dated somebody who's been raped or molested or abused knows that like you want to be supportive, but it's also pretty fucking annoying.
I don't. I don't want to be supportive to rape or abuse victims in personal relationships. I wouldn't date somebody that has that type of stuff going on that required constant support, because I wouldn't be able to support it. I'd get burned out.
I have dated women that have had those experiences, but it's never I've never run into any like I don't think it's ever affected like the sexual part of the relationship to where like it impeded the ability to have sex. So I imagine for some people it would, but I guess I don't yeah, I've never been in a relationship like that. That's interesting.
And then it would be really negative. So you're not obligated to.
But it seems very obvious to me when
I'm
they
not
say
saying I'm not saying you're
this is the
obligated. I'm
thing.
saying even if you choose to date somebody who has those kind of issues, you can empathize with them and at the same time be like, this is fucking terrible.
Sure.
I mean, it's like if you're
But you
dating
can also
somebody who
say
gets
there are people
cancer-
that like I've been with who have been like, this is too much for me to handle. It's like, oh, okay, this isn't gonna work, and then you're just gonna like
It's
leave.
one of those times where like what he's saying is true, but it's like damn, he's still saying it though, huh?
But I wouldn't be like, you need to solve your depression right now, or I'm gonna stop talking to you because the burden is too high on me. Look at me. Like
But I
that's
didn't
because
say
that's
that.
essentially- no, that well, kind of.
Okay. I asked her to talk about it on stream. The first conversation. She said she was fine. I DM'd her afterward. She said she was fine. Or she said she was upset but didn't she just like didn't respond and then didn't want to talk about it.
Okay.
I DM'd her again later. Then she DM'd me changing the subject to something else and I was like, I feel like we should talk about this because this is weird. Then she came into the sex worker stream and like said something like passive aggressive to me on stream. Then we DM'd again. And then we like didn't talk for like a month and then I think I just was like asking her to talk about this every like 2 or 4 weeks. And then finally she was like, okay, let's talk about it, but I want Chud to be there. So we agreed to that. It takes another month to actually do
He
it.
picked Chud? What?
And then
She dragged that dude during that conversation. He wasn't even allowed to like there was no reason for him to be there.
by the time we do it, I'm like, I feel like you ditched me. And she's like, stop whining.
I don't think she said stop
You're an-
whining.
you're-
I think she said
did.
that she didn't feel
literally
like
said no. She literally said stop whining.
It might have gotten to that point, but initially I think she was saying she didn't feel like she ditched you. She just kind of like was like had some distance for a while, but she still supported you publicly. She wasn't like an anti-friend or an anti-fan or like started to become a hater or anything, but she felt like she needed some space.
Yeah, that's fine, but you can't take space by just not talking to me.
You can take space.
And for us to be
of course
friends,
you could. For you to be friends, maybe not. But
for us to be friends.
sure.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. So I don't think that's the same. I don't think that's the same. Again, you're I get what you're saying. You're saying that my boundary can feel like, if I'm saying I can't be friends with somebody who can't handle conflict in a relationship, you're saying that can come across as change your psychology right now or I'm leaving.
Or it's an invitation for a big argument. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like, I think there's like 1-to-1 parallels we can draw in sexual situations.
The thing that I appreciate about what Destiny's saying to him right now is that he's pointing out like, well, these are the consequences of it, but he's not saying like you're wrong to do that. I think he's saying like it'd be better if you didn't, but like, yeah, you can totally do that. Usually when I talk to people about this, it's just condemn. Like, I think that both people's boundaries are equally important to the individual who has them. Hey, MILG. How's it going?
Right? Like if I get to the point to where I'm on a second date with somebody, we're in bed, we're just kind of like hanging out, like sitting there, and I'm like, I really want to mess around, and she's like, I don't know if I'm comfortable yet, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't really think I can date you if you're not okay with like fucking right now.
I agree that that's
and you can argue that
mild
it's,
rape attempt.
Yeah, well, fuck, we don't even have to fuck the word rape. Who cares? We're both pro rape here, okay? Really? Do we really care? What I'm
I
saying,
think it's worth labeling. Yeah.
sure, okay, rapey, sure. But like the issue here is that like you can
Jesus
argue, well, all I'm doing is asserting a boundary. I'm just saying that like, you know, if she doesn't want to fuck me, I don't really want to.
Yeah, a lot of manipulation is also just asserting about. You can frame it that way.
And it doesn't have to be intentional, but like that's all I'm saying is that like when somebody is already like, I'll say emotionally dysregulated.
I think I had to say this yesterday too. I don't think that the subject matter is funny, but it catches me off guard when people just say stuff like that so blatantly.
And then you're pushing on
I'm
their
laughing at
boundaries
it,
heavily.
from the shock of
And
it.
again, it's high risk for them and low risk for you.
The shock of it is funny to me.
It's a bad, uncomfortable situation for them to be in, like super uncomfortable.
I guess it feels like you're coaching me to withdraw though, because I'm saying
He is.
no. What I'm saying is there's more appropriate ways or times to re-engage. So you could call it withdrawal, sure. There's times when it's probably appropriate to withdraw a bit because you can find a more appropriate time to engage.
At some point, I'm gonna have to be like, listen, you're like crossing a line for me. We're like, I can't really call you my friend if you're gonna treat me this way.
Yeah, but you do it when their emotional state is like not as intense, and they're not as in an intense moment, because that moment was very intense, and there's no reason for it to be, right? Like you don't that didn't have to happen. That conversation, that resolution, that didn't have to happen right there. It didn't need to be done at that point in time. Could have been done later. There would have been no difference other than like saving her mental or emotional pain.
So what would I do to do it later? Just pretend that we're cool.
Just be like, oh, okay,
like,
well, we can chat about it, I guess, later. Like, it's fine. We can drop the topic now. And then later on message her and be like, hey, like, yeah.
And just break up with her.
Basically, yeah.
Over text?
Because what do you lose by doing that? Because we can obviously see the huge gains to her, like, emotional well-being. What do you lose doing that? Other than maybe you have to fake being friendly with somebody for...
I don't see it's huge gains to her emotional well-being. I don't get the difference. I mean,
How
one,
not?
I'm just pretending that I feel like we're friends when I feel like she just.
Yeah, I don't think I could.
Wait, hold on. You don't see any huge...
I don't like the angle Mr. Girl's going at it because I just say like I can't lie to somebody like that. That's not right. I can't. But I could say I don't want to do this anymore. I think I'm good and I'll talk to you later. That's probably how I would have handled that. I'm getting a lot better at just shutting up when I'm upset and dealing with things when I'm not upset. But it fucking sucks. It's not easy to do.
gains to her emotional well-being if you quote unquote break up later versus forcing the issue right there on stream.
I wish they'd stop using this breaking up rhetoric. Makes me feel weird.
Okay.
Okay.
A friendship ending on stream is bad for you, and it's better if it ends in private.
Well, no, I'm not talking about. I'm not even talking about the
Yes.
context at all. I'm just saying to analyze the emotional
This
state.
is true.
That if somebody is like highly emotional, that's probably not the time to introduce that subject or try to resolve that topic.
But that's what we were meeting to talk about.
You weren't meeting to talk about ending the friendship.
I think we both were airing out some pretty huge grievances with each other.
Yeah,
we
that's
were
fine.
meeting to talk about.
But I don't think either of you were going into that with like, this might be the last time I ever talk to this person. I don't think that was on the table.
I'm extremely emotionally sympathetic to Mr. Girl on this point, but Destiny is making an exceptionally good case. In fact, this is like this. Nobody that's argued with me about that conversation has ever made this point to me, which is crazy to me. If you want to talk about whether or not it had to happen on air, I'd say obviously it would have been better for everybody if it didn't happen on stream. And I think Destiny's doing a really good job at articulating exactly why that would have been the case. So I don't disagree with him at all there. The only thing I can really say in Mr. Girl's defense there is that it can be very difficult if you're really emotional to just all of a sudden in the middle of it bite your tongue. And there might be some element of the audience, but I personally wouldn't care. If I was able to hold my tongue because I wasn't just too emotional, then I would just try to not do it on stream. I left a panel because somebody was having like an anxious breakdown, and I didn't want to showcase that.
Table for either of you. That's my guess going into it.
I don't want it to be the last time I ever talk to. I didn't say I'll never talk to you again. I just said like definitionally, I don't think we're friends if you stop speaking to me for months when you get mad at me and you won't even tell me that you're mad at me. How can it wasn't like I was saying at this point I no longer want to be your friend. It was more.
Well, I guess it can also be hard to understand the gravity of the situation when you're in it too. If you're just speaking your mind, because I could see myself in that if I just didn't, if I just like autistically was just speaking my mind and didn't realize it was as bad as it was.
More like me saying
But
we're already not
It'd
friends.
be better to not do it on
Yeah,
stream.
I understand, but but obviously she didn't know that it was going to be that intense, right? I think this is unarguable. You kind of have to give this, right? I don't think she knew, because if she did know
don't
that,
know.
then why was the emotional reaction so extreme? Or I would,
Yes,
yeah.
no, she didn't. She did not understand
Mm-hmm.
that I felt that way.
Yeah, that it was this extreme.
Well, I don't know, because she already knew that we weren't speaking. Essentially, we weren't really speaking.
Yeah, but a lot of people,
For
you said it
months.
yourself, a lot of people.
No, but
So-
she knew we weren't speaking for months in the face of an obvious big conflict that was happening that we weren't talking about. She knew that.
Okay, I disagree with you, but let's say that I grant this and then I move on to the
Wait,
next
what?
question. Then why was she so emotional? If she already knew this was like likely the direction things were heading.
I think she knew it was a
I'm saying they
possibility.
didn't change. I don't think much changed in the conversation, except she was informed that this doesn't meet my definition of friendship.
Yeah, but that could be a big change, right?
I
Like
think the
maybe I
thing that- I
decide in
think
my
the
head
thing I
right now.
said
Maybe,
that-
wait,
I thought-
maybe I decide in my head right now that like I don't like traveling and I don't like travelers, and that's the thing that I feel right now. And I go to have a serious conversation with Melina, and then through
If I look at this conversation through the lens of like a debate, I would say that Destiny's killing it. I don't know if they've ever had like a debatey conversation where I thought Mr. Girl like won, other than the Fuentes thing. In which case, I still, even after seeing it over again, I think that Mr. Girl just like straight bodied him. I think it was the biggest L I've ever seen Destiny take. But I also acknowledge that for a lot of people, they're not. They don't agree. But I also think that they disagree with me about like the fact of the matter about like what was actually said and being said between the two of them. But yeah, I think that Destiny's pretty correct on everything in this part here.
Like halfway through the conversation, she realizes, wait, I think he's about to break up with me. And then, she's like, are you breaking up with
I
me?
don't
Like,
like
yeah,
this
like,
rhetoric.
probably, if this is
But
a
that's-
thing, right?
but-
Now she's going to become
But
like,
wait, that's
emotional.
different. I don't think that's a good comparison because in mine, I'm saying it would be like if Melina just like
See,
disappeared, and then
this is why this using the breakup and stuff is bad now. It feels appropriate to talk about his wife. This is goofy. I don't like any of this. I'm uncomfortable
stopped
with
speaking
it.
to you entirely. You had no idea where she was, and then
Okay.
she comes back 6 months later, and she's like, I think we should talk about our marriage.
I wonder if Justin was like, yeah, then I guess we'd be talking about a marriage.
I
Or
want
if
to
it'd
I
be,
want
like,
to talk about my
super-
feelings about why I did that, and then you're like,
Uh,
well, what marriage?
Chill about
Like
it.
I don't think of you as my wife anymore. Like you disappeared for I haven't heard from you or seen you in 6 months. And then she's like, "Oh my God, you're divorcing me." It's like, no, I'm not saying I'm saying that you left. You left the
Yeah,
friendship.
but the difference
I'm
is
just
that
telling-
like
I'm
the
just-
expectation there is that like if you're
Okay,
a
good.
wife or some shit and you leave your partner for that long, of course it's gonna be. But friendship, there's probably like
Well,
slightly
that-
different expectations. Because you
they're
yourself said in
different,
that
but
conversation, you're
but
like
wait,
some.
but
Go ahead.
my point is that we have different expectations.
Yes.
That
Okay.
Stardust thinks you can, if you're uncomfortable with somebody and they're your friend, you can just stop speaking to them for 3 months, essentially, and you'll still be friends.
Okay.
And I don't think that. To me, that's like, no, we're not friend. We can still be friendly, but like the amount of trust and closeness that I would call friendship, I can't have with you.
Yeah,
at
we're not
that
arguing
point.
about any
And
of
but
this.
we
Yeah,
already
none of this is relevant.
We already
Yeah,
don't have it.
none of this is relevant. I'm just saying that regardless of how you're justifying it now, it's obvious that she didn't think that going in. Or if she did, you need to explain to me why she was so emotional. Why was she so upset about it if she knew that this would like be a potential outcome going into it? Because I don't understand that then. I don't know why she would be so upset. Especially if she thought, if you thought the friendship was already over and you thought she thought the friendship was already over, right? It seems clear to me that she didn't think that.
She's upset to find out that I define where we're at as not being friends. I think she's upset to find out that I'm saying in order to be friends with me, you have to do something that you are not comfortable with doing and either
Yeah,
don't want
but
to
it's
or
you're
don't
saying
know-
you're
don't know
restating
how
the
to
same
do.
thing. She didn't know the friendship was on the line at that point. And now that it is, it makes the conversation a lot more emotionally intense.
Yes, but it's not like I changed anything.
Well, what
It's
happened
not-
was
it's
you
not-
revealed an internal state of mind that she didn't know about. You didn't have to change anything. You just revealed something.
Yes, but it also doesn't like if you break up with somebody, you're like, we have to stop doing what we've been doing.
Mhm.
Our things you have to move out. We can't see each other. We can't have sex anymore. But with Stardust, I was saying like, we're
Okay,
already broken up. We're already not
Yes, right,
friends.
right, right.
Yeah,
This
but
is
she
what
might.
not
But
friends do.
it's different. She might not feel that way, right? Maybe for you,
I
that's
know,
not what friends
I know,
do.
but I'm saying you're making it sound like I ended a relationship, and I'm saying
But you
I
did.
just told her.
He's saying he
I-
found out that
I don't-
he
I
he's
don't
the, he
agree.
found out that it
Well,
was
I-
already
you're
over.
wrong.
I agree that is a framing of.
Destiny's saying that he ended it because Stardust was informed of it by him. But Mr. Girl's trying to say that Stardust had given Mr. Girl the information that he needed to realize that it was over. So in essence, they're doing the same thing, but it just doesn't look like that from the outsider's perspective.
it, but I'm saying that's not from my perspective.
Yeah, but there's two perspectives. Okay, I've got a friend.
Yes,
I've got a
yes,
friend. Wait, real quick. I have a friend, Kyle. Okay, real life friend of mine. I don't think we've spoken in like 3 or 4 years. It's been a long time. But we like grew up together. He's been on stream a lot. Like we just haven't talked in a long time. Now
That's
I
not
would,
his
I
and
would
Stardust
think, I would
dynamic.
hope maybe if I message him that he'd be like, "Holy shit, we haven't talked forever. Like let's chill or whatever." But if he were to message me tomorrow and he'd be like, "Hey, we haven't spoken in like 2 or 3 years. Like, don't ever talk to me again. Like, I'm not going to do that. This is not my idea of a friendship. If he sent me that, I'd be a little bit, like, upset. I'd be like, oh, shit. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't even know that. My bad. Now, he could say, well, it's always been like that in my mind. It's like, okay, sure, but I didn't know that. Damn, I thought we had, like, a different understanding of things. And
Yeah,
she
it'd be like
might
if
have
he
been the
said,
same.
it'd be like if he said, I don't think of you as my friend anymore.
Yeah. I'd be like, oh, well, fuck. And then he'd be within his right to say that. And maybe after year 1 or 2, he'd be like, you know, fuck this guy. I'm done. And that's his right to say that. But I'd still be a little upset. I'd be like, oh, shit, I didn't even know that. I don't know that was how you viewed it, but.
I don't think that's a good analogy, because you're leaving out the part where I fought for our friendship and where I told her what I needed. I mean, you can call it manipulation or threat,
sure.
but I think it would be more like if Kyle DM'd you and was like, "What the fuck?" Like
Well, but did
I've
you ever
reached
DM
out
her
to you a
before
few-
that conversation and say, if you don't reach out to me more, if we don't contact each other more, this friendship is over?
No,
So then how would she have known that?
I don't know, but can I finish my analogy?
Okay.
It would be like if Kyle DM'd you and said, "Dude, what?" or called you and was like, "Dude, what the fuck? We're like, this is not how friends treat each other. Where have you been?"
Sure.
I've
But did you ever say that
think
to
when-
Stardust? No.
Yeah, I did. I said you ditched me. What the?
You
What
ditched me
fuck?
after, but
What-
you never
what?
DM'd her and said, like, hey, we haven't talked as much. Like, what's going on?
I said it on stream. I
Yeah, but
said
by
you
then it
ditched
was
me.
already, like, too late, right? Things were already fucked at that point. Like, is there anything she could have said to, like, save the friendship at that point?
Yeah. He laid it out on
Yeah.
the stream. It
What?
seemed pretty
Groveled?
untenable.
Fuck you.
Me?
No. Yes.
Oh.
No. No, not groveled. No.
Oh. Well, because it sounds like she would have needed to be like, oh my god, I'm sorry. Like, I didn't know this was you. I won't do this again.
No, I don't want her to apologize. No, I didn't want her to apologize. I
Okay.
hate apologies.
Gotcha. Based.
What could Stardust have said to save our friendship?
Yeah.
For a lot of my life, I've thought that people can. I have a different idea of friendship from you. I think if you're uncomfortable in a friendship, you can just leave and internally shut people out. I understand I did that. I understand I concealed my feelings from you, and I understand how this affected you. I understand that you got banned and you needed a friend and I wasn't there for you. I understand what you're saying. I want the friendship that you're describing.
Well, but she doesn't. She
And I-
apparently has a totally different style of managing friendships, right? And
yeah,
that
but he
wasn't acceptable.
asked.
Wait, I'm not. You're asking me what she could have said to save our
Yeah.
friendship,
Oh.
right?
I understand that what he said for most people is like two magnitudes too cringe to ever say to another human being. I totally get that. And it's kind of the point where like, well, who the fuck would do that? Me, I do that stuff. That's how I talk to people when there's like emotional turmoil. Pardon me. I tell people a lot that when I'm speaking to somebody like like intimately, like I would consider what they're talking about to be like an intimate conversation. The conversation they're talking about, not the one they're having. I basically talk the way a therapist would tell you to talk. So I get it. It is weird. And it makes you feel really vulnerable because somebody could be like, dude, you're fucking gay or something like that. And make you feel like really, really self-conscious for approaching it that way. But like, that is how I do it.
Well, but this isn't about what she could have said. This is she would have needed to have a genuinely different opinion on friendships, right?
Yeah, we're not friends not because she said the wrong thing, but because we actually don't have compatible ideas about what friendship even is.
Yeah, okay. But then all I'm saying
But
is
I
that,
did, but I didn't know that going into the conversation. I had no idea that
Okay.
she was just going to be like hostile and dismissive of me if I said like you ditched me, and like I'm heartbroken.
yeah, she probably
I had
didn't
no
know
idea
that.
that her response was going to be like, "Go fuck yourself, stop whining."
She probably didn't know that either, that the difference was that big. I guess.
Right, but you're putting it on me to have known that, or to conceal my emotions about it in the conversation. Again, it feels like you're saying Stardust is. It's okay for Stardust to get really emotional, lash out, call me a whiner for being hurt and call me an asshole and tell me that I'm like an insensitive person. That's all fine, but it's not fine for me to be like, well, I'm coming to you vulnerable and hurt, and like if you're telling me to stop whining, then I don't see how we can be friends. I don't see how I can trust you after this.
Yeah, the reason why I'm putting it on you was going back to the one thing before, because I think the stakes for the conversation are way higher for her. That's why I put it on you.
The
Why?
context you put it in makes it.
Because of the subject matter at hand, that like the conversations are revolving around boundaries that she feels like she's kind of needed to create because of things related to like sexual assault and stuff, and the boundaries that, and then you're pushing.
I do think all the shit slinging that Stardust did does make Mr. Girl a bit more reasonable. Like it's more understandable in his response. If somebody's being really mean to you, because like I said earlier, it kind of hinges on whether you can like emotionally regulate to like not say the things that are going to be less nice in that moment. And I think that makes it like way harder. It's really easy to say like, this is what you ought to have done, but I think most of the time when somebody's being mean and talking shit, most people aren't very good at just being the bigger person and not saying anything back. Not the people in my life that I've observed, and even for myself, it can be really hard to hold my tongue when somebody's trying to hurt my feelings. If somebody's close to me, like the easiest way to hurt my feelings is for me to understand that that's what you're trying to do. The content of what you're saying doesn't matter nearly as much as like knowing that you're intending to hurt my feelings.
On those boundaries because you're a little bit upset about how like the friendship is turning out.
But do you see how you're just making it the default that I have to take care of her because she's a woman?
You don't have to take care of her. You just have to disengage. And it doesn't have to do with being a woman. It has to do with like who's got like whose boundaries are like more protective here,
Wait.
or who's more.
No, it is taking care of it. You want me to disengage and tell her in private for her sake.
Yeah, but it's not taking care of the woman. Right? I mean, in this case, she is a woman. Or I think she is.
Well, you want me to do that because she's a woman?
No, I want you to do that because she's the one that has the riskier boundary. She's the one that's like in the more
as
vulnerable.
a woman.
It does. You guys could be gender reversed and it would be the same thing. But who, I don't know. The woman thing has nothing to do with it.
Wait, doesn't she have a riskier boundary because she's a woman? I don't understand.
No, because she's talking about these boundaries that she's created because of like sexual engagements where she's being pursued. And you're talking about boundaries that you've created because of sexual engagements where you're the pursuer. There's inherently like a different kind of dynamic at play, right?
Shit, sorry.
Like your boundaries are just like whatever keeps you happy and horny, and her boundaries are whatever keeps her from not getting raped. So
No, I don't think so. I think it's not just about that. It's about keeping myself out of this exact type of situation, which it is traumatic for me to be. I've been. I mean, like my fucking marriage. Chasing my wife was such a big part of my 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Chasing her emotionally, pursuing her,
I'm chasing her physically.
it's not about just being happy and horny. I mean, you saw how upset I was. It's not. I feel like it just feels like you think her feelings are like more real than mine.
Mr. Girl doesn't want to be a people pleaser. He doesn't want to shove down his own emotions for the sake of other people's emotions because it fucked him up when he was younger. He's like
I think that it's a lot
getting
easier
there the
for
long
you
way.
to step away in that moment
Explaining it.
than it is for her. I think she's the one that's being harmed more by the interaction.
I think without that context, it's harder to
Because
determine
she
that.
doesn't know what she's feeling
Well,
or what to do with
she
those
seems
feelings.
like it seems like she's feeling upset and she knows that. Or I could tell. You could probably tell.
I just don't. What do you? Why is she being harmed more than I am?
Because she's having like I think reasonably like a much more emotional response to the conversation at hand.
I don't think she. I think my emotional response was about the same.
Okay, she's having a more warranted emotional response because I think the subject matter for her is going to be boundaries that put her more at risk than the ones for you that just keep you from like unhealthy relationships, I guess, or unhealthy friendships.
Okay, so you believe me that it's the most upsetting stream I've ever done.
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, and you believe me I was extremely upset, but you're saying it wasn't warranted as much as her being upset, and because my feelings weren't as warranted, I should have moved to protect her
Sure.
more.
I think that's the biggest misstep Destiny's had in the conversation. I think it's I don't think like even just communication wise, telling somebody that their feelings aren't warranted is not an effective form of communication at all. Anybody you say that to is going to reject that immediately. Also, it's you're like making a statement that like sometimes you shouldn't have certain feelings. It's just really weird to me. Pardon me. That's pretty weird.
Do you feel like it would have been impossible for you to disengage from that point?
It would have been undesirable for me.
Sure, but that's. Do you think it would have been traumatic for you to disengage at that point?
It was already traumatic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it would have made it worse. Yeah, because it's just another woman, or I mean, it happens with men too sometimes, but specifically woman who is telling me that they're going to abandon me if I don't put their feelings ahead of mine, mind read them.
Well, the abandonment was already going to happen, right? Somebody's abandoning somebody because you guys are obviously fundamentally incompatible. If you need a level of support that she
Wait,
can't
you're
offer.
changing the subject.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I've lived through this like endless series of women who would say, I'm going to abandon you if you don't take care of me. I'm going to abandon you if you don't pursue me. I'm going to abandon you if you don't manage my boundaries for me. Of course it's traumatic. I mean, like I made the whole Real Doll review with Shaylin. That whole conversation is about this exact thing of like,
True.
if you're telling me that our relationship is going to fall apart or this conversation is going to fall apart, if I'm not monitoring you and making sure you're okay for you, then you're telling me that we're not even a couple. Like we're not equals. We don't have we have a parent-child relationship at that point. I would do that for my daughter or my son, but not for a friend or for a partner. That can't be my job. It's been my job or a parent. It's been my job my entire life. Monitoring other people's feelings, caretaking them, and pursuing them. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, that's all fair, but I'm just saying in that particular moment.
It's extremely traumatic for me. I think we both were sitting there traumatized thinking, Jesus Christ, it's happening again for our own separate nightmares.
Okay.
But
then there's nothing nothing else to really be said then. That it just is what it is and there's no way for you to escape.
Well, that's pretty fair. There's a saying that I like to tell people when they're comparing like their pain and trauma. It's that nobody's hell is worse than your own. The worst you felt is still the worst. Like your most suffering you've ever felt, your highest level of anguish is still exactly that. It doesn't matter how you got there. I had an ex who found it significantly, like severely traumatic that her mom's boyfriend made her and her siblings eat green beans, and none of them liked green beans, and like this was like a huge deal to her, and I had a very hard time being able to empathize with that as being like a seriously traumatic thing. But eventually I just had to accept it. I had to remind myself that like, well, okay. Can't really handle how you feel about things, even if they seem silly to other people.
Those circumstances, I guess.
But I was shocked that she said that.
I mean, that's essentially what you're telling me. Like, I mean, I would say
well,
that
I feel like
I believe
I feel like you don't believe me.
I can believe you. It's not really relevant.
You could
you
believe
can
me,
believe
but you
him.
don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
You can believe me,
Yeah.
but you don't.
I can't know
don't
your
believe me.
mental state. If you're telling me that you
Try
feel
it.
this way,
Try it, Steven. Look me in the eye and say, I don't believe you. See, try it. See how it feels.
no,
Try it on
I
for
believe
size.
you. There's no reason for me not to believe you. But if this is the case,
Oh,
I mean, like, then you're just doomed to repeat these interactions over and over again, I guess.
Well, if you have a falling out with somebody early on because you realize they're expecting you to be their emotional watchdog and caretaker and monitor and regulator, that's
God.
yeah, that's bound to happen with some people. But if you stay in that relationship and you say, well, because you're upset, I'm gonna blah blah blah, or even if you just conduct yourself in a way that's like, well, if you're constantly prioritizing other people's feelings above yours, especially women, it will become much more of a nightmare in your life.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But the question is, wait, why are we even talking about this?
Because I asked you what you thought, and you said that I didn't handle it well,
Oh,
or you implied it.
Okay. Well, you know what I thought, but I think there's no point else in continuing the conversation because it sounds like you feel like you handled it in the best way that you could have, and that like you're okay
I
with the
don't know.
outcome.
No. I feel very guilty and insecure about it.
Well, why? It sounds like you're telling me that you were super traumatized, and
Because
she
part of
wasn't.
me believes that it's my job to caretake women and broken people and figure out their feelings for them and set their boundaries for them and not be myself, not express outrage when somebody abandons me or is publicly humiliating me or whatever. To just not stand up for myself and never like inconvenience or hurt other people. There's part of me that believes that. So like so I am confused about it. I do. Part of me wants to be told that it's my fault, that I did it wrong, and that it was my job to make sure Stardust is okay, and even to just keep being friends with her and tell her we're friends, and just protect myself secretly in the future from interactions like that with her, but not to tell her, not to make a stand for myself, not to demand a level of friendship that I need. Part of me believes all that. So
What do you want
I'm
me
not.
to help you with?
I don't know. I just want to know what you thought. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Wait, is this the part where they sit in silence for a while? Let me see. I'll speed it up till they talk again.
You know, I think that works.
For being,
Well,
Yeah. No. Getting.
for being a woman.
Yeah. No. Getting banned for an anti-rape video.
Maybe.
I think that made the whole thing a lot more awful. I don't know. It's all a nightmare.
Okay. That could. Yeah.
All right. So.
It's one of the reasons why
So what
the
do you-
getting banned for transphobia irritates the fuck out of me because I've been incredibly staunchly pro-trans before it was politically convenient to be so on Twitch. But so I can believe that.
he really was.
Yeah.
Destiny's the first person I ever heard make pro-trans arguments. Like the majority of the arguments I've heard him make, he was the first one I heard make them. Period. Let alone being online or whatever.
All right. Well. We're done
For-
talking about this, right?
Sure. For situations like this that pop up in the future,
Yeah.
what's within your power to control?
A lot. I have
Father
a
Destiny.
lot of
I'm
self-control.
gonna dad him now.
I could have done everything you're saying. It's not that I couldn't. I chose not to. That's why I feel so bad.
How do you figure in your mind? How do you determine whether or not it's appropriate for you to be emotionally aggressive or not?
I actually don't believe Mr. Girl there. I think he thinks that, but I don't think that he could have regulated himself differently there. And I get it.
I think I think about my role in the conversation. She kept saying I was playing the victim.
Mhm.
And so then I'm like, yeah, like we're both airing out our grievances, so we're both playing the victim. So when it's time for me to complain about how I feel hurt by you, I will play the victim. And I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna kind of be childish, and that's okay. So I'm gonna let myself, like get teary and express. I'm gonna say what I'm thinking. I'm gonna let loose and say what I would say like if we were off stream.
I feel like if Mr. Girl feels like he's in a position where it's acceptable for him to be able to do that, I don't know if he can let that go?
Um, in a different situation with different people or a different role, then I'm like, okay, this isn't my role. Like I'm not demanding to be heard or taken care of or understood in this situation.
Hmm.
It sounds like you disagree that my role there was appropriate, given how she was feeling, or given the circumstances
Maybe
of
it's
the.
different. Maybe I would say different things to her, I guess. When I am fixated on an event, I'm usually trying to think of what are the things within my power
But I'll add, I think that most people couldn't uh, resist that either.
that I can change to
Like, I don't think it's a Mr. Girl specific thing.
if trying to
Sorry.
think of what are the things within my power that I can change to effect a different outcome, right?
Yeah.
And if I'm having a debate with somebody who's getting upset because the conversation is revolving around boundaries they've created that are related to like sexual assault or something, my guess is going to be that there's probably not much they're going to be changing there. That's probably they feel a way about it, and there's not much I can do to intervene there.
Yeah. So then you feel like the conflict is not worth having because
You know, I feel like
That's
I
not
have
gonna-
more agency in that situation. I can do more.
oh, I see. So then you feel like you should step up.
Yeah.
I guess I just always feel like I have more agency. I feel like I can step up in situations where I really shouldn't,
Mhm.
and I have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think there are times where it's appropriate to make bigger emotional asks, where you say like, "Hey, I'm always doing this. I'm not going to do this right now." But that probably needs to be with people that have a very high investment in you. So very close friendships, relationships, family relationships are where it's most appropriate to ask for that, right? And it sounds like your relationship with Stardust was already kind of rocky if you guys hadn't spoken for so long. So that's probably not the best situation to make that kind of an ask there.
But it's what I need.
Yeah, but probably not going to get it from her, right?
I guess not.
Oh.
Apparently not. You have a lot of self-control too,
I
though. You
understand
can do the same thing, right? Just like compartmentalize and step up.
Yeah, generally. But I feel like it's been good to like reach out to people, right? I did that in my last big drama to talk to people and share the burden or whatever the fuck people say to do, which feels good.
Yeah. Yeah.
It feels like the stream's been going for more than just under 3 hours. Jeez. How long is this video? Oh, that's about right. Usually double the length of the video.
Well, it'll just be one of those things that haunts me.
I hate every game that Destiny plays on stream except for Elden Ring. They all look
I
so
guess.
When you say it haunts you, it makes it feel like
Not
there's something
fun.
that's unanalyzed or unseen, or do you feel like the situation
Just
is
that part of me thinks everything is my fault and my responsibility.
I lied. I actually enjoyed it when he was playing COD for a little bit. Even though I'm not like the biggest COD fan, except for the newest one. The newest one's fantastic.
And you're telling me that it kind of is. So don't know.
that might not be
It's
fair. I
confusing.
might be somebody that errs on the side of taking too much responsibility
too.
for things. So maybe
Yeah.
that's not the best. But I'm just saying, like, if I look at situations, because at the end of the day, the only person that could really, I'm the person that looks out for me the best and the most. And I'm the person that has
Yeah.
the most control of the situations that I'm in. So if there's ever adverse situations that I'm involved in, I'm usually looking for, like, what are things that I can do to change those in the future? Because I don't think other people are going to look out for me as much as I'll look out for myself. And then if I do feel like I need help, which I don't because I'm an anime supervillain, but if I do feel like I need help, then the people that I'm going to lean on for help are going to be the people that I really trust, right? I'm not going to be messaging, you know, like a random chatter and like demanding like a ton of emotional consolation from them. It's going to be like a close friend or Melina.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, I think you take responsibility too often.
Yeah,
But
probably.
it's weird because it feels like
That's what Destiny said too about his relationship.
if you know you have the ability to just like compartmentalize and just like, you know, do whatever, the
Mm-hmm.
more responsible thing,
Mm-hmm.
then it's like you're making a choice to be emotional.
A little bit, yeah. But I mean, if you have the capability to, like, why not? You just have to make sure you're not like abusive towards yourself, because other people can take advantage of that, right?
Well, that's exactly why. I think I am abusive towards myself, and
Mm-hmm.
people do take advantage of it.
Yeah. But then it's important to find the people that you feel like you can share yourself with or take care of you, but that's going to be a challenge, right?
Yeah, but I think part of the way I find people like that is by not
Ambushing
getting
them
sucked
in
into this
live.
time. Yeah, no, by not getting sucked into the dynamic of like, no, it wasn't. I wasn't planning on saying any of that. It wasn't an ambush. It was just like I'm just gonna say what I'm thinking. I didn't have a plan.
Sure,
Yeah, I
but I'm
think
just saying that
that's
that's kind of what happened, right? But I'm saying there's other ways you can find
One
people that.
ambush implies that I did have a plan.
yeah. I feel like when they were talking about it, I don't think that that's what Destiny meant by any of that, but it came off that way like the whole time.
Not necessarily. It doesn't have to be.
Like if he was talking
Okay,
to me,
I
that's
feel
how
like
I would have
ambush
felt.
means that you had a plan.
I would have felt
And
like
you
he was
swung
Well,
it
saying
on
find a
something.
somebody.
different word to take somebody unaware and then
But I don't
thrust
think he's
upon
going
them
for
an
it.
intensely emotional conversation where they're expected to have a high level of emotional care or being able to take care of you in a situation where they feel like they need care. That's a really difficult position for most people to be in, especially if they weren't prepared for it or weren't planning on it.
In fact, um, especially coming right out of the Fuentes stuff and all that. And then this started off with Mr. Girl confronting Destiny about the subreddit and all that. I think Destiny's actually doing a really good job at being a good friend of Mr. Girl here. I know I said at the beginning of the stream too, but I don't know who's here that wasn't then. Destiny really did go out of his way to maintain and have a friendship with Mr. Girl more than he did with, like, anyone. I can't think of a single person that he even came close to extending like this much time and like consideration and effort. Mr. Girl got maximum Destiny consideration and effort towards their friendship.
Especially if they have their own
Well,
problems too.
at least in so far as Destiny does.
But you don't think she ambushed me?
No, I mean, or maybe you can argue you in a way it felt like you both ambushed each other.
I know, but you don't feel like that. You
Hey,
feel
working
like
Bob.
I
It's been a
just
minute.
possess
Yeah.
a greater ability to.
Nice
When
to
I
see
look
that,
at the
buddy.
feelings.
norms of humans and the things that are being discussed between the two of you,
I appreciate you popping by.
the feeling
She's
I
a
have.
Welcome back.
lady. She's
No,
a woman.
that's not, I don't care about that. The feelings that I have are that the particular topics being discussed, my expectation would be on you to manage the emotional sides of things more than her. That'd be my guess, based on the norms of like what's being presented in the conversation.
Yeah, I don't know when you got here, but I was just saying that Destiny's being a really good friend of Mr. Girl right here. Even though they're disagreeing a lot, this is the kind of disagreements you want to have with your friends. It is good. Even though like the beginning of it when they were doing all the subreddit stuff, in fact, even more because of that too. Mr. Girl was like throwing a lot of shit at Destiny and being really critical of the mod and stuff for a lot of people. They'd just be like, "Yeah, well, fuck you." But then I feel like Destiny's being a good friend and listening to him and giving him the tough, honest shit that that you don't want to hear, but it's probably good for you to hear. And I think Mr. Girl appreciates it too because like he'd be the first one to say that having empathy doesn't mean telling people what they want to hear. And even though I might disagree with Destiny on through certain lenses about some of the stuff that he's saying, I agree with him on a lot of what he said. I still think it's probably good for Mr. Girl to hear it right now.
But for various reasons, each of you could feel differently about that, right?
And even if it's not, I think that
But doesn't-
Destiny thinks that it is good for him. And
You don't
he
think
is
it's
trying.
gendered?
I don't know, it could be. I don't think it is, but if it makes you feel better, you can say it is.
It only makes me feel better when you say it, Steven.
Okay, well, then no, I don't think it's gendered.
This is why I said it's not your fault that I got banned.
Because you think I'm taking some huge emotional burn on myself that I'm just not willing to share with you.
I don't even think you're aware of it.
Oh, okay. Don't worry. A lot of people have said the same.
That you think everything's your fault.
No, that I'm engaged in some weird emotional repression.
Oh, yeah. And I identify with
With those people.
no, with you.
Oh, okay.
Identify with what I think you're feeling. I can really relate to what you're
To-
saying
yeah.
you're not feeling, but I think
empath
that
thing.
you are.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
There's a
a-
version of me
it's a-
inside your
Classic.
head, and man, that version of me and you are just two peas in a pod.
These guys were remarkably similar.
Yeah.
What a coincidence.
That's pretty good.
I know it's funny, but I really do think that.
Okay. Well, that's good.
That's why it's only funny if it's true.
It was funny, and then it made me sad.
Okay.
Or if I think it's true, I mean.
I mean, arguably, I was in that position 2 months ago where there was a person that existed in my head that was very empowering for me that probably wasn't a real human being, right? So, I mean, hey, I actually
Yeah.
perfectly empathize with those feelings, you know? I know exactly where you're at.
Who's he talking about? I don't remember.
Welcome to the
Well, we
schizo
can never
world.
really know each other ourselves, so it's all projection.
I mean, it's not all projection, right? We assume a certain mental state. Certain mental states produce certain actions. And as we are around each other more and we see each other act more, we as in like humans
We'll
in general,
see. Yeah, you
we
will
can
see
figure
if
out like the internal mental state, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if you do what I predict you're going to do,
Yeah.
based on my thinking that you feel responsible for everything, but experience it as never feeling guilty.
Yeah. True.
I feel your guilt.
Okay. I don't have any, but
Fuck.
You do. It's just in my head instead of yours.
gotcha. Okay.
What the hell is Destiny talking about?
One day I'm gonna give it back to you, though, Steve. I'm gonna dump it right on your head.
Gotcha.
I think
What do you
Mr.
got
Girl's
going on
sad,
this week?
tired.
So you're a busy man.
Yeah, he's
What's
rubbing
the
his
plan?
eye.
Tomorrow I have a real life debate with a libertarian guy that I think ran for president. I don't. Spike Cohen. And then
I think I was gonna say Gary
the day after
Johnson.
that on Sunday I fly to Texas.
I would have
for
known about
about a
that.
week. Well, like 5 days.
Oh yeah, I saw the thumbnail. Changed my mind.
Yeah, I'm doing a Crowder-esque thing. We'll see how it goes. I want to do more like real life stuff and
Is
talking to people
Crowder's
with
my
different political backgrounds. Seems to be a
Mortal
strength of
enemy
mine,
or
so,
my
yeah, it should be
rival or
fun.
something.
Yeah.
Hit
Yeah, I
him with
assume
it.
you're not going to beat them over the head with your binder and try to make them feel as stupid and humiliated as humanly possible.
Yeah, that'll be the goal. Although, regardless of how you feel about him, I think that for the real life events, I think Crowder tries to come off as like pretty reasonable. Like based on what I've seen of him, he's usually like, "Oh, don't you get this?" and blah 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 blah. Like he's trying to look good and have the college kids agree with him. He's not trying to be like super evil or aggressive. At least from what I've seen him when he does those events.
I think he's evil and aggressive.
I know.
Nice. Well, I hope you have a good trip.
Yeah, me too.
Is there anything else you feel we should say to each other?
I don't know. Is that anything else?
I think that's it for me.
Okay, matey. Are you sure?
Yeah. For now. For
Do you want
now.
to talk to Stardust? She's messaging me.
No.
Okay.
I will talk. I mean, I'm not. It's not that I don't want to talk to Stardust ever. I just have to go.
Okay.
I can't do it right now.
Gotcha.
But I'll watch you talk to Stardust if you're gonna talk to her, or I'll talk to her another time.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like if we're gonna talk about it more, it's gonna be a pretty long conversation, and I can't do it right now.
Okay, that's fine. When I make a blueprint, guys, how do I get the landfill as well? Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I love you. I'll talk to you later. Okay, buddy?
I love you too.
Okay. Bye.
That was a nice ending.
Yeah, I watched the conversation.
What?
I'm legit.
Shit. Yeah, I'm watching this too. I thought I was just gonna end it because the conversation was over,
Like,
but I don't. Sorry, I didn't mute in time. I don't remember this at all, and I do want to see this.
I think you asked some good questions. But I do think that Max still doesn't seem to understand the issues, because I've tried to explain it to him several times, even in the conversation with Chud Logic. I spoke with him, and I told him that, you know, if it's even about test being this like broad thing, we can call it a test.
Mhm.
But you specifically said word for word that me waiting for sex is a power play, or it's manipulative, or it's
Well,
like
god
putting a-
damn. Now look. I don't think it's fair for Stardust to engage with other people about this subject now. So, like, Destiny just laid out how he thinks of it. And if she comes up to Destiny and starts talking about it, she's basically saying, by your own metrics, you just have to agree with me. You have to at least pretend to agree with me now. Like, you basically just said you must do that. This is not good, in my opinion. He's literally like set a trap for himself, and then like she coming in here and like exploiting it. That's weird.
a biscuit on a dog's nose,
Mhm.
right? So these are very clearly negative connotations.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't. So it's fine if he doesn't want to be friends. I'm actually like very, I don't know. So where should I go with this?
Do you understand his perspective for why it's upsetting in the conversation?
Yeah, he felt like he asked me a couple of times if I was fine, and I at the time, you know, I didn't really feel any sort of way
And he didn't do
about it.
anything
I didn't really
wrong.
feel upset about it.
Mhm.
I didn't feel
So she wasn't upset, and she said she wasn't upset. Then why is he bad? That doesn't make any sense to me.
bothered by the conversation until about like, again, 46 minutes in, because I went line by line in this. And part of me feeling uncomfortable in the conversation is when he started getting antagonistic. So, but it was fine. I was willing to just kind of withdraw. I think that's a pretty normal thing that people do to each other, is they withdraw. I didn't completely ghost him. I will admit that I did withdraw. I didn't message him as often. But I think that's normal for when somebody's describing this action that seems pretty necessary for a lot of people.
it might be normal, but I would say that's still not a healthy way to engage in relationships that you have with other people. When you withdraw to that degree, I think it's better that you explain it to the person at least. Otherwise, it's probably not going to like this. Just isn't a good way to approach relationships when you're an adult. Um, it's gonna cause problems across the board. Oh, I'm sorry, Working Bob. I thought that message was the last one you sent. The whole ending and way the Max Destiny bridge burning played out really fucking sucked. It did. Christ, it did. You know what, too? I don't even remember that stream anymore. When that stream happened, I was yeah, my wife and I were hanging out with our ex, and it was like a really cool day. Like we hung out all day, and I think we like watched some horror movies and stuff. Um, and then I had to basically wait until they both went to sleep to sneak out. My phone was blowing up like crazy. People were like, dude, what do you think about Destiny and Mr. Grill? I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're like, you got to watch the stream. And I was like, I'll watch the stream later. I'm busy right now. And like, there was a moment I remember where I had my phone in my hand and I just threw it on the bed face down. I was like, all right, I just like, when you guys take the phone from me, people are blowing me up right now. And I need to just like not be on my phone. It's fucking rude. It's definitely taking my attention away. And I'd have been a total fucking goober if I was paying attention to my phone um, during that. So I had to have my phone taken away. And then once they both fell asleep, I snuck out and watched it. But I don't remember like that stream. That's why I'm doing these two. My memory's not that good. I remember little nuggets a
People
lot.
as manipulative or comparing it to me demeaning a
least
man
this
like
far
he's a
out.
dog. I'm not really sure how I'm supposed
Watched a
to
lot of
react to
streams.
that. You
Yeah,
know,
so I think the issue that
yeah.
he had was that initially it seemed like he'd made a video that was criticizing this type of behavior, and that you reached out to him and explicitly agreed with his condemnation of this type of behavior. Then you laid out a defense for that type of behavior, and then
After this conversation, I was not expecting the bridge to burn at all. I thought they were talking through things and they could have had a stronger friendship because of it. Yeah, that's why I think it was before you got here. They had some interaction and I laughed and then I like abruptly stopped and I was just like, oh, fuck. Cause they had like a moment where it was like funny, like when you're laughing at it, you're like sort of like it was like a happy like being like experiencing like this cool friendship element that they're having. And I was like, but I know what I know now. And then that feeling just sunk. That kind of sucks like a lot. And god damn it. Sorry, I'm looking for my good cough drops. My throat's getting pretty rough. Come on. All right, I guess I'll just have a shitty one for now. Well, not really shitty. Pretty good and expensive too, but I wanted the ones that have the medicine that numbs my throat. I think isn't the conversation that they have with like Erudite after this though? I'm pretty sure it is, and that's one of my favorite streams from anybody of all time. It's really, really good. Okay, I did read that one.
when he pushed you on it, in a similar manner of somebody playing, he would say playing games in terms of like saying like doing a test. You also kind of did another test in the middle of a conversation about tests where you told him that you were okay with a conversation that maybe you weren't fully okay with, and then all of it kind of came to a head where it's like, you came to me saying that you liked a concept that I talked about in a video, but then you disagreed with me about that concept, and then you executed the antithesis of that concept in the conversation with you about the concept, and now I'm mindfucked over it. That was like his perspective on that.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Sure.
I'm not saying you're right or
Sure.
wrong, or I understand your reaction. I'm just saying that was like his person. That's why
Yeah.
he felt like so
Yeah.
ultra mind fucked about the interaction, right?
Yeah, and honestly, I would say like he was trying to figure out that whether I was upset by that or not, and I truly was not upset by it until midway. And even then, I people are in these situations where you feel like something's off, but you're not really sure what exactly. And it felt like he kept pushing.
The thing that makes it so hard for me to deal with, the stuff that Stardust is saying, is that based on everything that she says happened then, Mr. Girl didn't do anything wrong. But after the fact, she then gets to decide, no, he was wrong, despite me telling him it was fine, despite me going along with it like it was fine, despite him checking in on me. He still gets to be the guy that did something bad. And for a guy that gets a lot of shit for like trying to mind read people, you don't know what I'm thinking. That's like a big criticism that he gets all the time. For him accepting what she said after, I mean, before he checked a lot, so like he didn't drop it easily, but he checked in a lot, and then like retroactively, nah, you fucked up. I just don't understand how that's wrong. I'm the kind of person that I don't accept somebody. Like you can tell me that you don't like that I did something. That's totally fine. But I don't accept when somebody tries to like punish me for something that I was not aware wasn't okay. Yeah, somebody's like, oh, if somebody like tries to scream at me or something, or get like overly confrontational with me because I did something that they don't like and I couldn't have known, I'm like, no, that's not how this goes at all. I'll dip. That's fine. If you want to be this mad, you can be this mad by yourself. But otherwise, you can tell me. And then if I do it again, freak out at me. But yeah, this is like one of those situations where he was told only to the contrary by her.
And pushing me in that conversation and trying to get a reaction out of me. And
I don't think he's trying to get a reaction out of her.
and trying to make me feel like a manipulative person for having boundaries. And it didn't really fully register like how much that made me uncomfortable until much later.
Sure.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
But it is,
and
what
that
it
could be
is,
that's
so.
totally fair, by the way, right? Like that's fair that you can have
Yeah.
that, but then it can also be fair for the other person to be upset. Like,
Yes.
like I guess since all I do is sex comparisons now, like imagine you're talking to somebody like, I'm gonna hook up with you. Do you want to hook up with me? Like, yeah. And you kind of rant all night. You're like, God, it's so nice to meet somebody who just wants to hook up, and there's not like any weird, like we don't have to do any fucking bullshit dating stuff. Like we just want to go to our house, we're gonna fuck. You're like, yes, this is awesome. That's cool. We're on the same page. And then as soon as you guys get to the person's house, they start like, well, maybe we should watch some TV first. Like, do you want to go like get a bottle of wine? You want to do all this?
Yeah.
And then the other person's like, well, wait a second. I thought you said that we weren't doing this. And then the other person is starting to feel like, well, this is getting a little bit rapey. You're like, well, I don't know. And then the other person's like, well, hold on, now you're fucking with me. And while the person with like the defensive boundaries, I understand why they would have the defensive boundaries. It makes sense. The other person.
I'm so glad Destiny took it to that, because that's exactly the kind of thinking that I was having about it.
Person starts to feel like, wait, I thought we came here explicitly not doing this, and now you're doing this, and now I feel like I'm being fucked with, and I guess I'm fucking with you by telling you I'm being fucked with, but now that makes me feel fucked with even more, because now you've like kind of reneged on an agreement we had, and now that you've upset me and you're upset, I'm supposed to take care of both of our feelings. That's like the feeling that person's getting.
Yeah,
right?
I didn't want him to take care of my feelings either, right? And this whole thing about like trauma or whatever, like I'm not like super interested in like making this about stuff like that. I just found it to be a very uncomfortable conversation, and I found the part that upset me the most about the conversation is that it really did feel like he was trying to get a reaction out of me. It felt like he was trying to get a fight out of me. Like there are points in it where he is very clearly upping how much how antagonistic he's being, and I don't like being messed with like that.
Sure, but then the question is he upping that antagonism because he's intentionally trying to fuck with you, or is he getting emotionally dysregulated and then his actions are becoming more unhinged?
Yeah.
Not to say that it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that like there's a difference between like he's trying to fuck with you. He's like, I'm gonna fucking get this Indian bitch. I'm gonna fucking take her out. Or is he like, I'm getting so fucking frustrated that I'm just going off, right?
I don't know
like,
why you
there's,
had
like,
Indians in there.
That's what I'm saying. I can go. Not that either one is okay, but that like
She was being unreasonable and talking out both sides of her mouth. I don't think she had a good grasp on her emotions. It's been a while since I saw that conversation, but my feeling at the time was I didn't like the way Max pushed her boundaries. When it was happening, I was super uncomfortable because I felt the same way that he did. Like, I was like, no, there's something wrong with it. She kept saying no. I'm like, what? And I even brought that up to her. Unfortunately for me, I had scheduled with her to talk to her about Mr. Girl because I was interviewing people about Mr. Girl at that time. And she's like, hey, can we do this tomorrow instead? I was like, yeah, that's no problem at all. No biggie. And the reason I got bumped was because Mr. Girl wanted to talk to her, and it was that conversation. So I had the luxury of talking to Stardust about Mr. Girl the day after that conversation. And so, like, I have to talk about it. How fucking weird would that be if I went to talk to her and I didn't mention at all what happened the day before? Absolutely not. And I even said, too, like, it seemed pretty clear that you were upset. And it was, it really put a damper on our conversation, too, I thought. I mean, since then, Stardust and I don't have any problems. I'm pretty chill with her. She's been really cool to me. She's done some pretty cool stuff for me since then. But it was, I just hated how it went.
I can understand one, and another one would be like, this person is evil. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there. Who knows? Who knows if he was intentionally trying to get a reaction out of me? It felt like that. It
Mhm.
felt very manipulative. I
Mhm.
can't say what his actual motives are,
Mhm.
but I don't think the friendship is something that's going to work out anyways. Like this, it exploded in such a
Super dramatic way.
such a dramatic way, and then he made it about like my history, which is like I don't think I don't think I intentionally made anything about my history.
Mhm.
I don't think I intentionally made anything about, you know, my feelings too much,
Mhm.
other than being uncomfortable with it and not wanting to be fucked with.
Yeah, but
And
it's all retroactive,
I
though.
don't I don't like having my history and my stuff being brought up and being used against me either, because that's what it felt
She
like
brought
happened
it
in the
up.
Chud Logic conversation. And it just felt
Well,
like already
initially, she was the one that brought it up. He only brought up like, the only part of her history that he brought up at all was stuff that she had brought up first. I would say for the most part, it's pretty inappropriate to bring up personal things about a person that you know, especially if it's in like even like a debatey kind of a conversation. But if they bring it up first, it's fair game. Like, you can't flaunt part of your personal life to like get the upper hand in a discussion or an argument or a debate, and then go, whoa, 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 you don't have the right to talk about that. So you can like, if you can just use it to like more or less like get points for yourself, and then penalize the other person when they use your own words against you, like, that's not right. If you don't want it talked about, don't bring it up then. That seems pretty it's like inappropriate.
okay, the first conversation we had, it felt like you were fucking with me, trying to get a reaction out of me. Now, in the second conversation we're having, you really are trying to get a reaction out of me. You're really trying to fuck with me. And you're like saying, like, oh, I feel like I'm raping you right now. Like, I don't know. Like, this feels a little bit,
Mhm.
it feels melodramatic. It feels like
The reason why he said that, poor choice of words. Very Mr. Girl, but poor choice of words. The reason why he said that is he's expressing that I'm still engaging in this conversation with you when I shouldn't be, because at this point I know you can't consent to having this conversation. You're not emotionally prepared for this, and you telling me that you can doesn't actually grant me any permission to do this, because I know that you're incapable of understanding how you feel about it enough to make that call. She did exactly what you're saying, but I don't think she did it on purpose. I think she was fighting with her personal emotions and kind of ended up fucking Max. Yes, I agree with that. Wake up to start work, see Drazi streaming. That's what I like to see, baby. What's up, all rounder? Thank you. Yeah, I don't think it was on purpose either. I don't think Stardust is being malicious here. I just think that she's being a bit like emotionally immature about it. After she had already done it, to go and do the second stream and double down, I think is the part that's really bad. I think that it's fine for you to have imperfect reactions to how you feel about things. I think it's fine. Like, I'm pretty permissible of people doing like pretty shitty things when they're heated, when they're like, look, you can say it's good, you can say it's bad for somebody to act a certain way when they're super mad or they're super sad or they're super hurt. But at the end of the day, that's fucking human nature. That's what we do. When we're overwhelmed, when people push us too far, we react badly. We do things that we wish we didn't. We do things that we can't take back. And I'm pretty accepting of that. Even if you hurt my feelings, I'm pretty likely to forgive you. I'm pretty likely to have different boundaries with you. Because I have to take care of myself, but it's probably not going to be the kind of thing I'm going to hold against you. However, I would never expect somebody to do that and have me give that kind of charity, which I'm totally fine doing, and then blame me. That's where it goes too far. Like, if you're gonna have those kinds of reactions for it, that's fine, but that's also your responsibility, and you need to take responsibility for how you behaved in that. I don't think that just putting it on the other person does you or anyone else any good. I think that's how you cause a lot of problems, and honestly, I think it's a pretty big problem for yourself too. When I have those kinds of interactions with people and they won't accept responsibility for it, I feel a lot differently. I have a lot less understanding, and the different boundaries that I'm going to have with that person are going to be way more significant. They're going to be a lot stronger. They're going to be a lot more cautious about that person. Because if you act totally out of pocket towards me because of some extreme emotional reaction, okay, but you need to recognize that. And I need to be able to trust that if something like that happens again, that we're going to be able to, between the two of us, recognize this is similar to what happened before and hopefully be able to find a way out of it that doesn't end up the same way. But if you're doubling down and just trying to, escape responsibility for that is not good. I don't trust you very much anymore.
Don't want to be engaged in this anymore.
Sure, which is
So-
fair. Like, you're both totally fair
Yeah.
and within your rights to say that, right?
Yeah.
It's also totally fine to expect adults who are upset to say, I don't want to do this.
Yep. I think that's it for now. I don't know.
Even when I say that to people about this interaction too, they go, yeah, but he was more in the wrong. Okay. How about instead of yeah, but I'll go, so what you're saying is that you agree with me. But it doesn't feel like that if we can't talk about the thing that you agree with me about, and you just then want to point the finger at Mr. Girl. And that's what people want to do. They want to point the finger at Mr. Girl. They want to acknowledge that what I'm saying is correct when I talk to him about it. And then say, yeah, but he was worse. Okay, but you're not even interested in saying, like, you'll acknowledge that she did something wrong, but that's all you're willing to, you're willing to acknowledge it and then spend all your time talking to me about how the other person did something worse. Which I don't agree. Either they're both bad or they're both good here. And I lean, either they're both fine with how they behaved. Either nobody's in the wrong or they're both in the wrong. There we go. And I still say that that nobody's in the wrong. I just think that shit happened.
Yeah, I just don't like.
But this is the thing that I don't like on her end.
I don't like him using and then him making these assumptions about me. You're saying like, oh, you're clearly.
She's also making the assumption that he's just trying to get a rise out of her, one that I don't agree with.
very terrified or traumatized, and
she can have as much conviction as she wants about that, but she still has to understand, like, it is a fact that that is an assumption. It is not a fact that he's trying to get a rise out of her.
I don't know, maybe subconsciously, like both of us are, but I really was mostly like the most upsetting thing for me is feeling like you were trying to elicit a negative reaction out of me for your stream.
Maybe a little bit. I think
so-
that one of the issues
Look how close in proximity
Like
that
him
is.
using, like, yeah, I just don't like, I don't like him using, like, and then him, like, making these assumptions about me or saying, like, oh, you're clearly very terrified or traumatized, and I don't know, maybe subconsciously, like both of us are, but I really was mostly like the most upsetting thing for me is feeling like you were trying to elicit a negative reaction
21 seconds after she says the thing that upsets her is that he was assuming, she puts out her assumption as a
out of me for your
justification
stream.
maybe a little bit. I
for
think that
why
one of
he,
the issues is that
for saying he did something
there's
wrong.
two potential reasons. There's two potential things going on when somebody says that
It
another
comes off as a
person
bit
is
disingenuous to me.
in an emotionally dysregulated state, in an aggressive manner. There's two things that are, there's two realities. Either one, you really are emotionally compromised, or two, you aren't. The problem with ever calling it out is in an aggressive manner is that it really doesn't matter. The reaction's going to be really negative either way. Because even if you are like in an emotionally dysregulated state, there's never, ever, ever in the history of all of mankind been an argument where one person says to the other, I think you're really unhinged right now. And the other person's like, you know what? I think I am kind of unhinged right now. Thanks for pointing it out.
Yeah.
It's the equivalent of
That's
telling your
true.
girlfriend, like, are you on your period? When you're like in the middle of a fight. It's like, she might actually be PMSing. And if you've been dating for a girl long enough, you'll know, like, you're PMSing. But like, if you say in the middle of an argument, even if you're right, it doesn't matter. Like, it's over. Like, you've like declared war.
When my wife is being particularly aggressive, it is absolutely permissible for me to ask her that. And it's so funny too, because sometimes it'll just end the fight. I'm like, did you start your period soon, or are you about to? And she'll be like, oh my God. Yes. That's what's been going on. That's why I've been feeling like this lately. I think if you engage with people hostilely, like in a hostile manner a lot, you can't say those kinds of things. Because also too, I've been told that I'm being like out of line. And to be fair, I've absolutely gotten more out of line after being told that. But I think it's usually a pretty good wake up call for me. But I would say this advice probably does apply to most people. I just work things out and talk things through with people in like a really like nobody wants to do it the way I do it. I think most people would feel like way too cringe to like communicate with people that are close to them the way that I do. It's really hard to try to get people to talk to me like that.
You know?
They don't like it.
So it's just
Yeah.
like never a good thing to do. There's just no reason for it. Because even if you're right, you're not going to.
She still hasn't accepted this topic is too emotionally fragile. And because of that, when Max points it out, it fucks with her. More emotional immaturity. Yeah. Also, like I said, when she first came on, how I just don't think that it's with everything that she said. It is just irresponsible to engage anybody else in this conversation with her because there's basically like it's like you actually just have to agree with me. Otherwise you're gonna get otherwise like you're gonna be doing the same thing that Mr. Girl did. So you have to like just take my side about this. I think you can talk about how the conversation went, but I don't think you can actually talk about the content with other people publicly, because how like what if they just don't agree with you? That they had then like they're bad. And you're showing other people that like this is a bad guy, he didn't agree with me. Like not agreeing is the bad thing. And that's fucked.
I get anywhere with it.
Yeah. Okay.
You can have opinions that most people would probably think make the other person bad
Yeah,
if they didn't agree.
I was like super annoyed listening to Mr. Girl speak during the convo, but now I don't remember.
But the act of not agreeing, or like Destiny said, at least pretending to agree, is the thing that makes you bad. And it's not about what it's about. And it's like that in and of itself. Then I think that like you just shouldn't. You just can't do it publicly anymore.
A lot of the stuff. I think I just feel like he doesn't seem to understand still. He doesn't seem to, and I'm not at his whole thing about like taking care of me is also like, I don't like that. You know, I don't like this idea of having to take care of me emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally what she's mad about, though. I think it's really stupid because when people are streaming, they're thinking so much about how other people are going to view them. And so it's the way that that's worded, I think, that she's latching onto. But, like, it doesn't make it not fucking true. That's what we call that. That's what we call the thing that she's mad at him for not doing. She's mad at him for not understanding how she felt and then doing what she felt like she needed him to do in that moment. That's what taking care of somebody's emotions is. And I understand why she's coming on here and saying, like, I don't like that. Yeah, because nobody wants to be thought of as somebody who needs to be taken care of by the other person. But that's literally the complaint. That's literally the accusation that other people lodge at him, saying like, hey, you should have been doing this. They usually don't use those words because it sounds demeaning, but it's exactly the same fucking thing.
So
Thank you, Bob.
Sure.
Yeah.
By the way, Bob, have you
I
liked the
think
stream
it's
yet?
I think it's soy. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's actually soy, but yeah, I don't like
No,
it.
that is it. She doesn't like it because it sounds soy. That's literally the problem.
Don't like it. Feels like kind of
That's condescending. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, yeah. It feels really condescending that, oh, I have to take care of you. Well,
Thank you.
no, you don't have to take care of me. I just needed to
I don't know what YouTube's deal is. I have to like refresh to see the increased number of likes. I remember I asked a couple times because like I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's still at 1. I had like 10 people in here one time and I asked, I was like, can you guys like the stream? I was like, wow, fucking nobody? All right, like you don't owe it to me, but like, god damn. And then I refreshed and it was like at like 6. I was like, oh,
like
I'm sorry.
express to me that was bothering you that much, but that didn't happen. We had this miscommunication, and now you're talking about taking care of me. I don't know. It really rubs me the wrong way. So
I think in a way,
see, when he said, the irony is so thick here. When he brought up taking care of my emotions, it really rubbed me the wrong way. I wish he would have been taking care of my emotions enough to know that I wouldn't like him to say that.
it is a form of taking care of. But
Yes,
to
thank
ask
you.
somebody to put, because you're both having an emotional reaction.
Destiny is maximally based here. He just listened to her say all that shit and he was like, yeah, but you're wrong. It's almost 100% of the time how you said it, and it's very rarely is it what you said. Think back to how you ask your wife if she is PMSing, etc. If you word it poorly, you end up in the doghouse. Yeah, I'm pretty good at saying things that people don't want to hear, and getting away with it. I used to work with this chick who's like this like she was very loud feminist, and where I lived that's pretty rare. I lived like out in the middle of nowhere in the boonies, in like rural Michigan, and whenever she'd be bitchy, I knew that she didn't like it. So like, Danielle, are you on your period? And she would get mad, but she would get mad in like the like I appreciate you way, because she knew I was asking to like get to her a little bit, but getting to her a little bit kind of helped her check herself and she'd chill out. I remember the one day it probably went the worst. She was like spazzing super hard and I was like, Danielle, she's like, yes, I'm on my period. But even now when I bring it up to her, we laugh about it.
And you're asking him to like put his aside or his conflict resolution aside and chill. So in a way, you are, even if it seems a little sorry, in a way you are asking like, hey, can you be considerate of my feelings or make space for my feelings right now? But it's, I think it's okay to ask for that. It's not, you're not like in the wrong for saying like, hey, can you like chill? I think you're within your right to make that.
Yeah, I mean, I
request.
didn't even fully ghost him. I will agree that I withdrew, but but I was still like, distant, and I was friendly, and I still, it took me longer to reply to his messages, but it wasn't like I let him send me message after message and never respond to him.
Look, all you have to do to not have any of this be an issue is just to say to him, hey, I know I've been bad at responding. I just need, it's just a little tough. I'm still a little sore about what we went through. And that shit's hard to do. Let me see. There's this woman that my wife and I have been hanging out with and like talking to. I usually say that we're seeing. And I've been like super bad at texting for like the last 3 weeks. So I said, like, the last message I sent was, by the way, I feel bad that I'm like bad at texting for the last little bit. If you ever want to call or like sit in a Discord VC, just let me know. I do like talking to you. I'm just shitty at texting right now because I have been, and it's uncomfortable to say, but like I feel like if you have any kind of like decently close relationship, like you can just be a friend, but if you value that friendship, then like you gotta say some stuff that's uncomfortable sometimes to clear the air. And if you don't, you're probably gonna create misunderstandings and problems. Like this is like a really, really important part of like having people in your life that you want to be close with.
Sure,
It
but like
just-
to
it
that
was
to him, that's
distant,
probably
you know?
like just because of the kind of person he is. That's probably even worse than completely cutting off contact, right?
Yeah, maybe.
It's like leading him on almost.
And I don't know why he had to keep bringing.
It's like I'm gonna get as close as I can to ghosting you without you being able to technically say it. I'm gonna appease you when you message me, which I think would really piss Mr. Girl off if that's how he interpreted it.
Back to me being female, like that's never gotten in the way of our
my-
friendship before.
I think it's
Like
hates
our
women. That's a
sex.
separate thing, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never let like our I don't think our sex has ever been particularly important in our friendship, but yeah, it's just a very irritating situation. So
Sure.
yeah.
Which is fair to be irritated.
I don't know. I have to think about it more. I still really truly feel, and I know this is just like in my head probably,
Sure.
but I still really truly feel like he was trying to get a reaction out of me.
The assumption.
And I could be wrong about it, but I don't know. I just felt really rubbed the wrong way about it, and I would have been fine if we just continued having a normal conversation about it. I feel like we could have continued having a normal conversation about it, and it would have been fine. But he kept trying to like, kind of like, strong arm me into agreeing with him that it's manipulative.
She just switched from like basically acknowledging it's assuming to like asserting this as like what's happening. I don't like it when people do that. That's it's like this sleight of hand maneuver. But it like it's like a sleight of hand maneuver, but like you're flashing the move. I can see that you have another card behind there. It's obvious. It's not good.
To
It makes you look bad to
it's
me.
manipulative for me specifically, because I said to him plenty of times in the first conversation, like,
It's manipulative if
there are
that's
other
what he's
people who
doing.
may use this as a test, or may use it as a power play. But when I'm talking about myself, I'm truly not doing that. And he was saying, well, I think you're lying. I don't think that's true. I think that
No, he didn't. He didn't say you're lying. He said, I don't think that's true because I don't think that, like, nobody, he said, nobody thinks they're doing a power play. That's not what people think. But that doesn't change the fact of the matter of whether it is or not. That's like telling somebody that they're factually incorrect. Like, no, I'm not. Like, I understand that you don't think that you're right or that you're wrong, but there is a truth of the matter that has nothing to do with how you feel about it. And I'm contesting that. And you just asserting that you know that you're right is not evidence that you are correct. He said it's definitionally a test from what I recall. On the test part, yeah. And that's the other thing too, is that there is a fact of the matter of whether it is. And he's saying that if anybody does what you're describing, it's a test. So when she says, I understand that some people might do it as a test, he's saying, like, yeah, I understand that you don't think that it is, but I would say that it is definitionally still a test. And when we watched that, what I said that makes it a test is that you have this framework in advance. You know that this thing has to happen at some point, and then you're going to observe it happening, and then you can pass or fail the person based on that. Another like an example that I gave of it was that like, I'm sure that if I go on a date and somebody tries to murder me, I don't want to ever date them. Like, I don't want to go on another date. I know this, but it's not something I ever think about. I don't go into like a first or second date considering this like murder if I had that in my head during that time, and like I was anticipating making that evaluation in advance, then it would be a murder test. But that's not how I do it. So like, because she said like his broad view of like testing everything could be a test. Well, no, if you want to call my murder scenario a test, just because like I know that I wouldn't want to, but it's not something I consider. It's not something that I anticipate there being a moment where I decide, well, if she's gonna try to murder me, this would be the moment. Oh wow, she didn't. Okay, cool. We're good then. I don't have to call this whole thing off now. That's the difference. And she does fully anticipate this scenario. She has a plan for how she's going to react, and then she plans on evaluating their behavior in this scenario, and she knows what decision she's going to make based on it in advance. That's the test part. She's on her way to accepting fault, but isn't 100% of the way there yet. Emotions got too hot, so it's taking her time to get over the feelings to be able to accept the fuck-ups on her part, aka she's halfway to accepting a mistake on her part, but is still protecting her ego because the emotions are still too hot, in my opinion. Yeah, maybe, or maybe it's just something that she can't, it's possible that she just can't let go of the fact that she's making an assumption, or like she can't accept that the thing that she's assuming is an assumption. And to her mind, it's just a fact of the matter that he was trying to do that, and she's pissed off about it. Sorry. It's tough to say, but insofar as their interactions went, I think it sucks and it's unfortunate, but like I don't really blame either of them. The things that I'm calling her out for right here are things that I just think she's straight up incorrect about, and I think that she also can't see it. So I don't fault her for not being able to see it, but I can say that it is a test. Surely, but I also, just like Mr. Girl, I think it's fine. You're totally allowed to do that, and I think that if I am dating somebody and I know that they're testing me, I do find it offensive, but I can find something offensive and also be understanding of it as well.
That you are using it as a power play.
Sure,
and
probably because he was
went-
getting emotional. He was a little unhinged, right?
Yeah, and then and then in the next conversation we have with Chud Logic present, he was saying, "Oh well, I wasn't even talking specifically about you," which is like, no, that's not what happened. You know, again, I looked at this line by line. You know, that specifically kept bringing it back to me, and you would not let me continue the conversation without trying to make me say that my need of waiting before getting physical with somebody is demeaning them or is a power play on my part. And if he could have at least let that part of it go, then I think we could have even had a normal conversation overall about it, because there are people who do that. And I haven't used it, but I'm sure there's a possibility in the future of using withholding.
I think that whole idea is scary to me. Like, you either agree with me, or you're bad. Yeah, I already went through that. That freaks me out. Yeah, she can't see it in the moment, but doesn't try to apologize. The whole thing later. She doesn't. Pubegate is on the horizon.
It like I hope I don't, but but yeah, there's always a possibility, right? So we could have had a much more abstract conversation about it, but he wasn't willing to move past this idea of me specifically being
You told him you
using
didn't
it as
have
a power
to.
play.
Sure.
You did everything. She did everything she possibly could to make him feel comfortable.
Sorry, am I
behaving
being
the way he
boring
did.
or
No,
anything?
I understand what you're saying, but I mean, let's just
Okay.
Destiny already said he can't really argue with her because it's worse for her if he does. Oh, she might be tired. She might have tried to apologize for Pubegate, not this. This might be what I'm thinking. That might be what I'm thinking of. You know what? Here's the thing. She did apologize for Pubegate, and then, but like right after she did, she also said some shit that made it seem like she didn't mean it, and then she still made like a joke about it at his expense too. So it was like really weird. Like, I find it very hard to tell what she actually thinks about it. And I've always been critical of only that. Is that Stardust made it ambiguous how she actually felt about that.
I don't know if there's
It's not really much to say in response to that.
Because if she feels like this is what happened and this is how she feels about it, even if I disagree that that's what happened, your feelings are valid. You're allowed to talk about them. You're allowed to feel them. I don't care how you want to engage with them. That's fine. But being wishy-washy about it and being ambiguous about it so that people can't actually tell, I think that's bad. I think that once you go public with it, you need to be really clear, because you're affecting another person's career. You're affecting them emotionally. I think that it's super important to be extremely clear, especially if you're changing your story after the fact, or you're changing what you think about it, whatever. Once things change, you need to start being super, super clear about it, especially being so public. This is condemnable in my book.
So plans for the rest of the night?
probably sleeping soon because I have a debate tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
Good luck with the debate.
yeah.
Are you? Well, no, I'll message you about it. Sorry for messaging you during the your guys' talk. I didn't mean to.
Oh no, you're good.
annoy
The only
you.
reason I didn't respond is because I didn't want to have like a huge like debate shit show. I was
Yeah.
Working Bob, I don't know how you managed to not get a membership. Froggy Style donated like 55 memberships this month. You and Big C, two of the people that are like some of my most adamant supporters, somehow dodged 55 gifted memberships. It's crazy. I just want to say I'm sorry. If you come by like tomorrow or something and you see everybody else with a star, that's what happened. Max cutting her out of his stream interactions in his life is more reasonable to me now with the added context. The Pubegate, like this is like you can't let somebody back in after that. Even if they do apologize, they do say they're sorry, like unfortunately you're just too big of a risk factor for me.
Yeah,
don't even
no,
know
I
what you're
understand
talking
that.
about.
Yeah. I honestly, I don't think it's really worth, you know, doing anything with that right now at this point in time. Maybe like further down the line, but I think right now it's best if we just kind of keep our distance. So
Yeah, probably, yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'm happy to be like cordial with the guy. If we run into each other in different spaces and stuff, but I'm not particularly. I don't think it's a good idea right now to mend that friendship. So
Sure, that's fair.
yeah. But yeah, maybe in the future I'll also try not to, you know, make him feel bad about, you know, or say that you're being a victim or something like that. I probably shouldn't have said that to him, but
Sure, it's probably a trigger for him,
Yeah.
but yeah.
yeah, yeah, that was probably a little bit insensitive of me, but
Shit happens.
insensitive.
Wait, what'd she say?
Maybe in the future I'll also try not to, you know, make him feel bad about, you know, or say that you're being a victim or something like that. I probably shouldn't have said that to him, but
Sure, it's probably a trigger for him,
Yeah.
but yeah.
yeah, that was probably a little bit insensitive of me, but
Shit happens.
yeah.
Yeah. Anything else?
Nope. Thanks and stuff.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.
Yeah.
Message me if there's any more conflict resolution needed.
Yeah, thanks. I will. Keep my fucking name out of your fucking. No, I'm sorry.
That's pretty good.
I'll do my best too, okay?
All right.
Okay.
See ya.
Have fun, peace out.
That was
Sorry
pretty
about this,
sweet.
Destiny.
Oh no, 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 no. You ain't gonna get YouTube to fucking shut me down, motherfucker. Okay, so that was a thing, huh? Oh yeah. Saturday the 13th, I'm debating counterpoints 1v1. Smeth is gonna moderate because Smeth and I are homies. Counterpoints knows him, but Smeth is not favorable to my side, so he seemed like a great fit, and I trust him to be a moderator. We're gonna debate polyamory. I heard Connor, or I seen Connor at 9 p.m. Eastern on Saturday the 13th. Connor was saying some whack ass shit on Twitter about polyamory, and I'm just not having none of it. I think it'll be pretty interesting. I think I'm gonna go some places he doesn't expect it to go. And also, Chris Speaks and I are gonna be having a show about specifically relationship advice, not how to get into relationships. No hookup stuff that like everybody does that, but we're gonna have we're gonna take call-ins and stuff. And I thought it might take us a while to get some call-ins, but we actually have like I think we had like 4 people in like I was just talking about it in another streamer's Discord, and like 3 or 4 people were like, "I'll call into that." Like real. I didn't even ask, and they were like, "Oh, I would be interested in calling into that." So I was like, "Oh, sick." So like we were planning on like maybe like looking at like some Reddit stuff and talking about it and giving general advice, or like looking for like relationship issues that cropped up that were like larger. But he's somebody else who's been in a long-term relationship, and I know he has like really good conflict resolution skills and things like that. And I know a lot of people are gonna see me like, why would I take advice from him? Well, because I like for all the things you criticize, like that I get criticized for, and like especially like look at my appearance, and if you don't think that I'm like smart, or you think I'm like crazy or whatever, I still have maintained a successful relationship for 11 years. So I think that despite all that, I'm still quite good at this thing. Nice. Connor goes from being reasonable to wacky for me like all the time. Like he's really based, and at other times he comes out of left field and blindsides me. I just like in the last like month and a half have seen the side of him where I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like you're like actually fucking insane right now. Um, and I've generally thought of him as like being one of the more reasonable, well-rounded, like clear-headed critical thinkers. But now, like I said, with the last month and a half, I've seen some like really wacky stuff, and I'm just like, what are you doing? Stop, dude. What the fuck? That's even besides the polyamory thing. Um, yeah, it's been a weird experience for me for sure. Sometime this week, unfortunately, I know that's not what people tune in to me for, but last time we had a pretty good time. I'm gonna continue playing Resident Evil 4. I promised my wife when we got it, like almost a year ago, that I would stream it for her, and I also really liked playing it last time. Unfortunately, I did put it on hardcore mode because I played the first one like 10,000 times. So I was like, I got this. It's fucking hard. It's really hard. Um, so that will be happening. It will be interrupting some of the Mr. Girl Destiny stuff, but I'm also okay with kind of spreading it out a bit. I'll be sad when we're all done. This has been a lot of fun. He really does follow back anyone that follows him, by the way. Scared the shit out of me when I followed his Twitter back in the day. That's pretty funny. Oh, and I'm also supposed to talk to a guy who he doesn't stream, but he plays horror games and puts up YouTube videos of him playing them. Raven, god damn it. I'm so bad with names. Son of a bitch. Why am I so bad at this? Oh, Ravencrow. Okay, god damn it, that's what I thought too. We're gonna play some Lethal Company and talk about horror, like just the horror genre and stuff. Since he's like a connoisseur of horror, and I'm a big fan. And then ignoring chat, he actually asked me to play Mortal Kombat with him, so we're gonna play Mortal Kombat, and we're gonna talk about one of my other favorite subjects, stand-up comedy. We both very much like the new Chappelle stand-up special. And based on the other things that he said, he has a really good taste in stand-up comedy. So I look forward to that. It's hard to find people that have a broad enough exposure to the subject to like have a really good conversation about it. We're hitting like the 4-hour mark, getting to the point where my back's starting to hurt. So I think I'm gonna call it for now. Unless I do what I did yesterday and just like sleep. Well, maybe even then too, because I thought that this time would have been like way too late for me to stream, and we still had some pretty decent numbers for me, even at like 2 and 3 in the morning. So maybe this isn't the worst time in the world to stream. But yeah, I should be back tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do yet. It's kind of up in the air with those other two guys. It is 3. Oh, but I'm Eastern, so it's 4 for me. Oh yeah. Let me see if I got anything back. I also reached out to Cool and Disabled. They made a video about Mr. Beast where it is like it's like a hit piece on Mr. Beast, but without like anything substantive, which I'll give them credit. They're pretty ballsy to put a YouTube video up that's just like trying to convince people that Mr. Beast is like a super bad guy, but there's like not a single piece of evidence in it. And it's like the whole thing's just kind of like, hey, you know this really rich guy? Well, he has associations with other rich people. Like so do like tons and tons of other rich people are also somehow associated with these other rich people that I'm saying he's bad for, but he's bad for it. It's popular to shit on him at the moment. I don't know where this trend came from, but I'm not a fan. Got a meeting now. Peace out, all rounder. Yeah, I legitimately think that Mr. Beast is one of the best people that I could like foreseeably imagine. But I would like to have like a good faith conversation with him about like, hey, like what's the like, did you have like any evidence that like you just didn't want to like put in here? Like what? Because like there was a few years ago where I was like, he's too squeaky clean. I gotta try to find something on him, and I didn't really come up with anything. It was like I think I dug around for a couple hours, and there was like one video that was like, uh, that like made it sound like he did something bad, but it turns out that like people just knew he was coming, and they just like they heard that he was coming, and they just like trashed this grocery store thinking he was gonna come and like pay for everybody's groceries, and Mr. Beast didn't go, and like somehow like that made him bad. I think that was a Xander Hall video, so you know take that for what you will, or take that for what it is. Um, yeah, like that's it for now. I gotta go stretch out my back and probably rest my voice. It's been getting worse over the last like hour. Thanks for being here. Double thank you if you liked the stream when you came by. Super duper appreciate it. I say this last couple times, there's like a non-zero chance that I pop on stream to like continue my Resident Evil 4 because I really want to get through it for my wife. Whenever I want to play it, I'm like, do I want to stream? So it's like a weird like that's why I haven't played it much yet because I told her I would stream it when I did. So anyway, yeah, that's it. Good night, and you sleep well too, Working Bob. And hopefully I see you around more.